I mean, hopefully my internet holds out today and it doesn't crash. So I take about 2 days off from streaming. Do my mic is low. I don't know. I was really tired after doing the Dark Ages. I had to go catch up in Division 2 story in the season, and I actually did it. I was like, okay. So I rushed the other, and it's not, and I listened back to the audio logs, and color me not impressed. Like, okay, I'm used to terrible Ubisoft storytelling. Like, the, let's put it this way, the level of expected, like, hype for the season, um, for Division 2 is like ass. Like, gameplay is good. It's still tight. It's still good. The AI got a bump, thank God. The tasks are still. But it's hard to describe. Like, the narrative has only moved on 2 months since Schaefer was shot. Kelso's gone rogue. We have Keener. We have Theo. They're taking everything which should have been Battle for Brooklyn and turn it into a DLC. Okay. They're. What the fuck? I can't describe it, right? Like, I look at it like all for a mission, and I think I have never seen a worse ending mission for a season. And I did it on challenging, bear in mind, for once. And I'm like, it's easy. But also, too, due to scavenging points, I'm close to 10. Hmm. And right now, you just have a bunch of assholes duplicating caches or making new characters, taking advantage of whatever grind they have to. Like, you have the people spending their points, or you have people just spamming the scavenging points over there, and I'm like, alright. I mean, technically, I should do it, but all four of my characters I'm sentimentally attached to, so it's no big deal for me. I mean, yeah. See that I'm like torn. Do I stream Fallout 76 today, or do I do the other? Fallout 76 is more the kickback and chill. I mean, I should catch up my stuff and do the season before it. Like, I'm not gonna say it expires, but I mean, I need to get to at least 150 for once in a season. It would be nice. The cosmetics, but it's Invaders from Beyond, so give or take. But yeah, no, I completed that and I just set back. I don't think Division 2 I've ever set back in a story and physically asked what the fuck, like, the moment, right? I have never. That's like a moment for me that I've never had in Division. Like Division 2. Like, there's a point where I have sighed and I've asked, the writing is just piss poor, but at least you have the lore leading up to it makes sense. Like, why are we getting a. Okay, I'd have to show the audio logs. Like, why the fuck are we getting a whole Bridget Douglas? Like we're getting a whole Bridget Douglas lore. She is Viper. Uh, she was killed in one of the prior manhunts, and of course, obviously, before I even get into the whole, they're shipping Fei Lao as gay, right? Like that's not was never her character. She was bisexual, yes, in the opening. For don't never let people confuse, this is Ubisoft, but her motivations for going rogue, and it's like there's some big plot that we have seen, and I can explain the ending, and it doesn't make sense. So she and I've seen no one talk about this at all. Who plays Division, and I'm tempted to go see if Buzz Lightyear even talked about it. No one's focused on it or like connected the dots for the longest time in the seasons. Where I would say, okay, so Battle for Brooklyn should have been season 4 of last year. You can find that on my channel. Whether you play Division 2, you play the season. Don't get me wrong. Then again, it's so weird for a launch of a DLC to be disappointing. Like, I can't. Look, if a season is meant, I have theories on Battle for Brooklyn. What it's going to be. But they might be higher than Ubisoft is capable of. Or Massive Steam. Because what it originally was supposed to be is probably not what it's going to be. Because the people who have done the lore, so, in fact, and without showing the audio logs, like Division 2 has a follow, every season follows up the story. Not only do we understand Keener's alive, but Viper is dead, obviously. Viper's been dead. Oh, I think it was a season, Shades of Red. But the last, like, two, like, no, End of Watch is when she was the manhunt target. Actually. End of Watch was the manhunt target for her. But yeah, you're doing all the lore dump on her now. Either she is going to come back alive, she'll be the others. Because the lore problem in Division 2 itself is they're going back and retconning everything. So, give or take the amount of. I'm just saying, like, to me, I think, like, it's so weird. Like, they're waiting till Division 3 to probably bust open the final arc. Like, as soon as we know Division 3 is on the horizon, we will learn effectively everything. Eh. Korea Paragon board for what? Yeah, I would have to ask. This is where I have to ask. Fred. Yes. Yeah, I left him to his like devices. It's like my own thing. Oh yes, and I also caught up HSR the other day. Would that be a fucking lesson to myself? Wow. Okay. See that's not the answer I want from him. So this is the great like I haven't even got into the whole thing with Diablo 4, like the scaling stuff. Like this character is god tier, but like the turns of they're asking us to do is a little weird. Like it's like our power level. Like I looked at this. I think the last time I streamed this, right? Like my character is where the other one about um was actually where I have the hours, everything is maxed on it. I'd have to see what my other one was, because my other Necro last season probably had more play hours. Or like slightly the same or less. But yeah, 125, all glyphs are maxed. Hell, all of them are done. So she's going to be my universal test character on Eternal. Now, in reality, the and I look at the speed, it's not a gear change versus the other. As I said, I feel the weight of the grind. Like, this is my workhorse character for an obvious reason. I mean, it's one of the few builds that still runs around tier 4, yeah, it still runs around tier 4s without clearing everything. And but yeah, no, there's this whole thing in this season. Like, if they're really trying to get the game down to like where 10% play this, you've done. Tier 4 is a ghost town. It's also a big drop off as well. Like, honestly, I've asked my question, what are we grinding for at this rate? So that's probably not the question you want to ask yourself. I mean, if you're playing a game like this. Apathy is apathy is the live service killer. Okay, so the deal is apathy is the live service killer more than anything else. Alright. You gotta understand. Apathy will kill a live service before anything else. And it's starting to sink in Division 2 because I see people who take breaks. Because a lot of the people you're seeing over there now are only coming back, at least chat wise, at least in this part of the season, is because they know the DLCs. Here, you had the people already here. Like, we're going on week 4. I can already see the inherent drop off in playtime amongst people. We're approaching that 30. It's about the 30-day mark now. In reality, is that a good sign, a consistent sign? And not always. So 6 one, half a dozen the other. Division 2's supposedly in about 2 weeks. 7th. We are, yeah, no, less than a week. We are going to have the new DLC. Which, it is the weirdest, like I say, launch to have on a DLC coming. Interesting. That was weird. I don't think I've run into another soul in that area in a while. Yeah, some stupid barb. I would love to see that. That barb would have been dead. Anyway, get off fight with somebody. Might have been a bot. Doesn't do damage. Yeah. I have murmurs on the ground in there that I need to go get. I have murmurs on the ground. Gotta go back and get them. Alright. But yeah, no, it is such a weird season. Like it was one of those things I just scratched my head. Like you, to me, you don't launch a. Like I feel like I don't know. Yeah, no, the Division Two storyline's phoned in at this point. Like it's, and I don't even want to touch the whole scenario that there's actually a scenario in game that Kelso, who is Rogue, just walks into it. And we're not even to that point where wakes up Schaefer, which I have called. Schaefer was going to be woken up. That they could have easily woke up Schaefer about 3 seasons, well, 2 seasons ago. Like I was assuming we are going to go to Brooklyn with that. Brooklyn was going to be that. Because Brooklyn is supposed to be the home of Anna. It is supposed to be the home of Black Diamond. Like the whole leading narrative right now is Black Diamond. Like, so there's 3 computer systems in Division 2. Black Diamond, Anna, and Isaac. Anna and Isaac. Both have all had their 3. There's only one person who has access to all 3. That is McManus. McManus hasn't been killed yet. And I think they have put off the hunt for McManus as well as. Well, okay. If you kill Natalia Sokolova, basically, you're probably going to end it. I mean, there's going to be nobody after. It's because most of everything that's left is pretty damn incompetent. I don't know. Like, the whole thing, the story for Division 2 has been leading up to Black Tusk have always been better, but they don't do anything. They got into the White House, but they couldn't get and kill Schaefer. But they stole the reactor that makes the cure. And now they're searching for basically the kin to the nuclear football. Let that plot sink in. Now it's called the Ark. but it's hinted at that that's just the nuclear football. Fei Lao, colon, the big red button. Right. Again, the state of the lore is weird. Like, Fei is dead. You don't have answers out of Fei. You only have Keener. You have Kelso, who just returns to the fold. She's probably going to be forgiven, by all means. Like, she never did anything wrong. And also, her character model looks like shit. She went from kind of a fat-faced Latino or Dominican person to, like, basically a best way I can describe it is some sort of god. Like, that doesn't happen. Like, but like, I think there was parts of the story that they have. Like, technically, it's only been, as I said, 2 months since we put a bullet in Schaefer's head. Now, hypothetically, is that a bad thing? Probably not. I mean, I would put. And it sounds weird, right? You gotta understand. Like, story wise, the flow of the season hasn't made sense for the last two. Like, the flow of them don't make sense. The side lore, as I said, they've updated the past, like, why people went rogue. Keener knew he was going to have to get people killed. There's side stuff with Jupiter. There's, well, Jupiter's was the first manhunt. But I listen back, I'm like, why would you have the lore that you are supposed to get into, like, my thing is, how are you supposed to get into Black Tusk's? There's like a thing, if you know the division lore, you look at it, because they have left it open about, they've all but said they know who all the hunters are. At least the first wave hunters were wiped out. It's something I went back and looked at some others if they connected dots and listened back to the last few seasons. Like, he knows who the hunters are. Supposedly, Black Tusk have kept track of them. They're part of the mass wave or the third wave, but they're still connected to McManus. So if McManus is not the final target in, what is it, Battle for Brooklyn, I'm going to be shocked. Like, and also too, the final mission, I'll bet the person who did the final mission for real this season is the same person who designed. They literally took the page out of just extended the battle, which is the battle for the stronghold at Camp White Oak. Okay, that's bad. Literally bad. That's not good storytelling. Oh, you killed my brother. Instead, in the other one, you kill the twin sister of the sniper, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna get revenge on the division. No. And then we're somehow supposed to just take that the echo, the mysterious echo that's broken up, is that it's a corrupted echo in the lore, which the only stuff we have going into the DLC is Schaefer gets woken up by some giant horse tranquilizers. All right, basically the equivalent, but not before Kelso throws a knife into a doctor's neck. See, she just snuck into the White House. It's so, I'm not saying retarded. And it's like, well, the other one goes, you need to tell the story. Because, like, either Manny knows, and we're still waiting for the other shoe to drop, that Mari is the inside mole in with Manny. Oh, but it comes out that the person who's doing the incursion or the one we rescue is a 40-year-old bisexual socialite that has a connection to Natalia and everybody else. Why? Like, that's a more interesting story. Like, the logs tell a better story than the actual mission dialogue. Which, I mean, if you're going off the inherent lore, whatever the Miret family has to connect with the Sokolova. But Natalia is the last one left. Like, technically, there's like 2 targets left of the big Division franchise, at least Division 2 franchise. Okay, so the last two, there's 2 remain. That is Natalia Sokolova, and that is McManus. Now, I would assume they're going to keep Sokolova for last. Unless we're just going to take out the jackass finally that the JTF general that we hadn't killed yet, or he escaped. I'm just going to say that. It sounds weird. It's one of those stories where there's something missing. Like, you know, it's cut content. Like, I know it's cut content. I can just tell you from enough game experience and enough over the years. Cut content. I mean, hell, Curse of Osiris actually was cut content. The cut content part where, let me see. So cut content, right, is not the leading. Cut content is a good way to get your content out. Like, okay, you can cut content initially is you have parts which is planned as DLC. Okay. It's planned as DLC. But you don't intend for it to be. It's just remove the content. Now, is it the most asinine way to charge people for DLC? Yeah, does it still sting? Because, like, the Destiny 2, Curse of Osiris, and the Mars DLC was basically cut content. But Ubisoft has been doing that. Now, I can understand, too, due to I would say arguably that is a result of, honestly, they've been cannibalizing, like, they cannibalized the Division franchise for other projects. Like, Massive was doing all the open world to a degree. I don't think they were doing they weren't doing Assassin's Creed, but they were doing the what was it? They did at least Star Wars Outlaws. Supposedly, there's a Star Wars Outlaws DLC on the way. which why on God's green earth? It's a strange thing. Like, and you can look at it as Division pays the price because the devs cannot do, like, technically Ubisoft have been floundering. And I could pretty sure we're working off the same storyboard prior to, in least Division, since last year. Like, what should have been year 6 has not been fully year 6. Like, technically, we're getting 6.3, you could say. We're only at 6.3. Just as the same as 5.4 ish was, well, even easily the last season, or should have been the last part. Yeah, I'm in the search of a better two-handed hammer. I kind of bricked this one, but unfortunately, it's going to have to be. I did brick it, and it wasn't good. It's still good. It's just bricked in an aspect, and I'm missing a slight bit of damage. But I would have liked to have. But I'm arguing over about 10% of damage, so. And again, it's like through maybe 3%. I put like, I think it has like blood damage on it. It's helping out some, but it only helps out my blood wave. It doesn't help everything else, but hell, as long as it helps the blood wave, I don't mind. Like, it's increased my blood wave to a degree, but it's also blood and that. It's just silly. But that is the adventures of... No, but Division's really trying to gear up, and I'm not impressed by the story. Like, there's... If you have not paid attention to it, you don't see the holes of it. Like, the actual holes in the story for Division 2. Like, it's something I'm not expecting 100% to be a great, great thing. Right? I'm not expecting it to be 100% good. But, like, we're just now getting the dialogue about the targets. I think even, what's funny, even Bungie and Destiny, like, the way they destroy Destiny every season are good. At least the lore people do well for what they do. I gotta give them credit on that one. Even as retarded as it sounds. Like, there's a lore, their lore tabs are really excellent. I've always given them credit and props. Better than their storytelling. Storytelling is, happens because plot needs to. And now they're as aimless now that they... I mean, what? That was actually a problem with, that's actually the problem with, like, Honkai Impact. Honkai Impact had that. Right after they got rid of Auto, they had nothing. They had Bubbleverse. Uh, Bubbleverse was their Bubbleverse was their outlet for storytelling. And then they said we're gonna do 2.0. Finally. And 2.0 is the entire relaunch of Honkai Impact. And then It's been that way. Now, there's parts of it that they didn't have the same start. It may not have been the same team. I know a lot of veterans aren't taking to it. I could tell you as much. They're not taking 2.0 well. I mean, you're trying to recapture nostalgia. A lot of us either moved on to other games. I mean, I have ZZZ, I have HSR, basically. I mean, I have those. But yeah, but once you lose people with a story, it's just so weird. Right now, I'm just trying to get rid of these. See, my goal is to get my paragons up on characters because that is going to be the make it or break it on the other two characters. Is getting getting that paragon up. Jesus, that's why I said this game's like a chore. This has been that way. I am not too thrilled. Wow, there's actually someone at this one. I am shocked. I'm not going to be the only person here. For once. I mean, it's kind of a weird place. Yeah. What? Is that a... Oh my god. My, Okay. I just looked at something. Oh, Jesus. No. My ramp damage just went insane. Okay. You know, I make fun of Blight not having the dot damage it needs. Quite honestly. Um, I really do. But then I am sometimes... And I look and it's doing... But then again, that might be the boss power. The boss power is actually moving that damage over time into a horrible spot that it is. Like 2 million damage with Blight? What the hell that happens to be? Oh, that might be Endurial's power. That actually might be Endurial's power doing that. It's the only thing I can figure. Yeah, because if I'm damage over time, that's where I'm going to get it. A lot of my stuff is damage over time. Mm. Very slow killing ads. That is not a very fast thing. Yeah, a horse is not faster. I still run faster than a horse. That's due to my movement. My movement speed is absolutely Like, the thing is, a lot of people bitch about Necromancer movement speed, but if you're on Shadow, nah, that's never an issue. Oh, really? No one cares. Good. Okay. I just spotted something that like it looked like an elite just tried to smash down on me. Well, that's not gonna work out so well for you. Yep, about that one. You could have fun. Um, I need to put back the power that when I'm not pit pushing, I need to put back the power that takes my cooldowns down. Are you not dead from the initial? I mean, I could still do that one. Like, I think my... Let's see something. Ashtava? Eh. Ashava's thing. Gotta see something. Ashava. Eh. I don't even know if that even needs it. Like, that isn't needed. Now, if you're doing something different, then yes. $1.5, huh? He wants to buy ohms for 1.5. Hmm. Is that a good deal? Ohms. I mean, that will solve some money issues. I spent about 2 billion. The other day, I spent 2 billion on the initial to get the thing. Not using ohms for nothing. Um, 5. I mean, that's a billion. Right, that gets me somewhere. Fine. I should open that. I'm gonna open this one. Normally, I would save it with one of my other characters, but oh, you're gonna tell me there is not. Oh, right off. Hey, that is a fuck. That is bad RNG. What the fuck? Really? Only one GA in there. All. It's not good. This is tier 4, may I add. Sometimes it's pure. That's a greater cache, too. Mm. A lot of barbs this season, because barbs have been the most broken. I mean, necros are still necros at the end of the season. We always are what we are. I mean, we're never weak, but we always have, like, I'd arguably say we have our strengths at the end. see. Yeah, see, Bold Chieftain, I think, is that's like the big, like, that's the big one people need for stuff. So I just want to get these out of the way. These are free, usual daily caches. So, like, I think I've done about everything on this character except get her stuff up. Her her glyphs to 100. Like, if I get her glyphs to 100, I'll be fine. Like, that's kind of the difference between the pet grinding one and then the one that's just run around tier 4 murdering things with minions and shadow. There's a subtle difference. Lately I've just been having to focus on this one, so it's one of those. But yeah, no, I'm not. It comes down to with Division story. Like, I knew we are gonna get like a cutscene, but you can tell it was late in the editing process. Whatever that DLC we have incoming is, oh god, it's gonna be a mess. 6 from one, half a dozen the other. It looks phoned in. It looks gonna be mediocre. Nerf and Whirlwind Barbarian. See, I don't know how much of these are legit players or these are just bots. The way they're moving is like bots. I don't know. It's hard to really tell how much or some are legit players. Like, if they have a letter in them, they're just bots playing. No offense. Like the G, yeah, like this is a bot. This is nothing but a bot right here. Like, that is clear as day a bot. Like, bots play differently than. There's also people who multi-box quite frequently in this game now. I I would say, how are you dying? But I'm not sure. Like, I have an idea how the person's dying. Like, this is a rarity that we have like 4 people grouped together. I have a high. It's getting out. It's getting rares. Very rare. Outside of Senegar. Oh yeah, this game's a ghost town in tier 4. But it's lonely to a degree. very lonely, in fact. But, eh, we're pretty close to playing single player now. It's honestly the effect of the season more than anything else. The scaling is scaring off people, is probably the issue. If they are, they're playing it like a lower level because they're really not used to the pacing up here. That's the thing. They're not used to it. So yeah, you're probably going to get your top 10% of players in this game doing stuff. I mean, that's what's going to suck. Like, it's just if you turn this into an elite grind. Like, Wajuju and a bunch of others who cover this game are still getting stuff from it. But it's also like chronicling like I say arguably it's a husk. Like, and it could also be, let me say this for the record, a lot of people who play this game play other games. This is just their grinder game, so to speak, that keeps them busy and it allows them to have a quote unquote power fantasy. It's kind of weird that it's turned into that. They take one character, you complete the season, and then you get out. Now, you get the people like me who. Oh, as long as you watch the, as long as you watch the first one. I wanted your opinion on the first one, by the way. No, I wanted your opinion on the first one, man. Like, I found that one. Oh yeah, that one? I found that. I'm like, the thing is, that German professor said the loud part, the quiet part out loud, I should say. The quiet part. Where it's funny. Now, I will say the Dad Saves America guy, I've heard weird stuff about him because he has some weird takes. I mean, you can tell he's libertarian, but the professor guy, right? He basically does say it's history, like, if you know that history. It's very interesting. And it's a perspective from a German. So, where about the economy, the reason it doesn't work, etc., etc., which is a real thing. Now, the DEI one, I'm kind of halfway through. I was actually kind of busy. Like, I got over halfway through that one. That's going over the history of how they teach DEI. But that would be too hard to go over, like, sort of. That would be something cool to go over. But the concept in it is, uh, like the one on the DEI, right, actually goes into how they were promoted. Like, the idea, like, it's not that he just covers socialism as the thing. He sort of. You notice how he covers all of Europe, like Greece, Spain, all of them. Like, that's the history no one teaches about the various economies at the time. Well, okay. The thing is, Hitler spawned. The dirty secret is Hitler spawned from okay, National Socialism or socialism, and it was a product of wartime post-war Germany. They are both, it was a leftist ideology that was, I'm not saying battled amongst itself, that they felt they were left behind or whatever, not pure. Now, again, see sorter, like if you ever get around to it, you read Mein Kampf. Mein Kampf is, at least parts of it, Hitler was able to. It's funny how he brings it up in it. It's a little known fact I've known about that book, where he actually brings up Hitler looked at both the potential downfalls of both systems, communist and capitalism, or Marxist, as he knew it. He knew it as Marxism, so to speak. Marxism is how Hitler knew it back then. Capitalism, Marxism will fall from the top down, basically. He knew he could not conquer America because capitalism is too strong. You have to take it from within, or it has to fall from within. Basically, if you diversify it, capitalism and countries like the US. Now, that is something I've repeated over the years, and it's been written in political prophecy for 70 plus years at this rate. Now, it's taken a long time in the US to happen. Like, Soviet Union was always going to fall from the top down. You know, that was actually the thing. The fact alone, Hitler saw that before everybody else. I mean, but there's a lot of doctrines Hitler had as well, where if you show a graph of somebody, of Stalin, FDR, and Hitler, there was no difference. There was no difference between the three. The only actual, I think, difference between somewhat, I want to say the only difference between, I think History Special had one, Roots of Evil, was basically Hitler and Stalin both had almost the same upbringing. Actually, he actually had the same upbringing almost. But where Stalin, the funny thing is, what they never tell you about Stalin is, Stalin subverted Marxism. Stalin only partly came to power due to, basically, he was the bodyguard or person who hung around basically Lenin. And now if you go off the other parts, is he threatened Lenin's so after Lenin was shot, he had a stroke. Stalin's basically whole thing was he was the caretaker for Lenin. Now, they don't talk about that fact that he really is just the one who got in there, and he was able to. It's not like Trotsky was the alternative either. I've actually seen that argument over a while. What would happen if Trotsky took over? Now, that's the whole deal. But there wasn't that much difference in the people. They're very similar. Now, it's funny, though, if you see, the Dad Saves America part. I think he mentioned the speech at Davos, right? Davos is universally globalist. That's why a lot of people, they don't talk about Davos. Davos, there's a whole lore of Davos. Davos, Like Davos is globalist. It's usually some of the richest people, or it has like this strange, like almost every globalist agenda you've ever seen in the last 10 to 15 years has been Davos. It pops out of Davos. Like every plan of 2030 comes from Davos. Now it's funny that someone at Davos talks about socialism being the real issue. Now I believe that, but here's the problem with that. Democrats in America are practically socialists. They just don't admit to it. Because I found one of the comments under that video, and it's funny, it's really funny. That video has only crossed my timeline. It's been 5 months since it's out. So it must have gotten picked up by somebody in my sphere. That got pushed across it. Well, like someone's like, "Oh, you're lying about socialism and everything else." Bernie Sanders would not want it. No, the problem is socialism is always applied everywhere differently. Everywhere. Like Bernie Sanders has been spouting the same shit for 20 to 30 years. Because if a lot of them had it their way, um, look at, see, my one criticism of Arch's positions, and he can't change it because he's Norwegian. It's an inside joke if you never know what that is. Norwegians are used to like having the state run. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Sorter. Um, Norwegians are used to having the state-run system. So Arch comes from it where nationalizing systems is is a better answer. Now, I have parts where we should have a nationalization or a national regulation of certain industries. Like if an industry is vital to something. But there's a big difference. Nationalizing healthcare hasn't helped Canada. Like, I don't know. Mandalore, like, I've been keeping up with him. He tried to go to an emergency room. He's been sick. He tried to go to an emergency room where he couldn't even get in because there wasn't doctors or the wait time. He was bad. But he could get into maybe a low end GP or specialist the next following day. And what? What did Canada do? A lot of it, Canada has that social. Yes. It wasn't, no one ever said socialism was a total failure. Um, some social programs, right? Like, you need it. The problem is, I guess, what, a generation or two down the line is an issue. Because it goes back, if you go back to the core discussions of actually how it does affect stuff, you look in the scales of how it does. I mean, ultimately. Like, okay, it is often said only two people knew how to get out of the Great Depression. That was Adolf Hitler, and that was FDR. But what's funny about FDR is FDR um, was the last great progressive leader in the U.S. Plus, after him, everyone started limiting well, technically, they started limiting the presidential power or going after it because they don't talk about FDR was one of the last great progressives of that era. So the height of the progressive era was you have remnants of it where it starts with FDR. Like it ends with FDR, but it starts with Theodore Roosevelt. It starts to get into its height at Woodrow Wilson, where you see the beginnings and the bedrock is laid. Where if you ever wonder why modern progressives are some of the most racist people ever, go look at Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson and Margaret Sanger are both progressive icons. Margaret Sanger was for the eradication of the poor black people to sterilize them to control the population. And she has the inspiration that founds Planned Parenthood. See, this is why you're blessed when you know history. Woodrow Wilson was such a racist man. He wanted to keep all but pretty much white people. He keep most minorities, savage minorities, out of his college. And you can thank him for the revival of the Klan, by the way. That's the funny thing about Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson, largely you can thank for the revival of the Klan. The Klan was almost wiped out by that period in time. Oh, yes, progressivism. I know, see, progressivism is, I have no idea. Like, people don't actually look in the history of progressives. And you also don't bring up, I think it's funny too, leftists don't like to talk about Che. They don't like to talk about, oh yeah, they'll all wear, there would be a period, they wore Che shirts, but they never understood who Che really was. Che hated the black man. But then again, he hated music, he hated the black man, he hated, like, if you ever people looked into his journal, that's always why it's funny. Like, they never taught his actual history, what he really was. Like, he was the person who went into Cuba and was the one responsible for the murders in the prisons after Fidel Castro took over. They don't talk about the horrors of Pol Pot. Like, and the funny thing is, if you ever mention the Great Leap Forward, the people who want to talk about communism, the effects of Mao's Great Leap Forward, well, sometimes it's called that, but it's, yeah, the Great Leap Forward, because, or something, it's a very simple philosophy, I can butcher that. Like, some people know it as that, but he purged an entire generation of intellectuals from his country. And that shit has been felt since then. Like, his 5-year plan was literally to murder every intellectual artist. No one teaches that. Well, yeah, no, he not only became an activist, he was going to become a doctor. Then he became basically a Yeah, he became a doctor, was going to become a doctor down there. Then he became a revolutionary freedom fighter, you know? And arguably advanced the cause of communism, ironically. Yeah, like, and it's funny. He was a, yeah, Nepo baby's a really good term for him. He was a Nepo baby. And who do you have in the modern era that are like socialist and Marxists? Nepo babies. Vosh, Hassan. It's so interesting how history repeats itself time and time again. But it's like people. Bosch doesn't talk about he comes from a very rich family ever. That's the crazy part, by the way. He never does. But yeah, like there's a whole like. That's why it's always interesting. Some yeah, see Sorter, yeah, and like there's the whole idea, right? Because it wasn't like Germany's economy, like oh yeah, no. There's a whole period of that era that should basically like they should teach people about this whole era. We're not even into it. Like the if you look up the average works of Gramsci, Gramsci's one of those people from that era as well. He was killed by the Italian fascists, basically. Like Italians, like he was a but his philosophy became the core of every either socialist movement, activist movement, adopted by communism going forward. And that's why no one ever talks fully about Gramsci. Like, unless you know it. Like, most people are familiar with Zelensky's rules for radicals. But that comes from an older part of political theory, basically. That comes from Gramsci. You cannot force a change, you have to nudge a society. Um, yeah, sort of. Like, that's the thing. Like, actually, see, between gaming, I have been utterly busy. Like, I have been, like, part of the problem was I'm still having to catch up on my backlog in YouTube, by the way. It's really ass, just for the record, trying to catch up on it. Okay. But there was a difference between Marxism and socialists. The thing about there is a difference. Marxists aren't okay. Technically you can thank the progressive ideologies back then. This is why I think it's funny. This is why it hurts when I listen to someone like Dane talk, actually. This is why I hate when they talk. Like seriously. Like you can go look at progressives who or people they I know of the history they're trying to talk about, but they always fail in the introspection every time. You can't go both sides my bad and then want the same commune systems. Like, Dane's whole shtick is like, everything is looked through. E.g., everything is looked through a class struggle with him. Like, if you say to somebody about harm reduction policies, like, if I could get Multi and them to talk about the harm reduction fallacy, Multi's not a good person for it. Harm reduction fallacy means, if you know what that means, sorter, is you decriminalize, you change, you can't look at both as bad, but the progressives don't realize they tank their entire side. I think somewhere in my, I think it's packed away. I think one of the people didn't realize the book they had, actually. It was a very early work by Marx. Extremely early by Marx. And I read it. It was his study, his book on the American Revolution. Not the American Revolution, but French Revolution and why it failed. Now, the funny thing about it is, it's a very old, like, granted the book, I'm surprised. They wanted nothing for it, but they didn't realize it was an original printing of the book. And I'm like, so you know what harm reduction fallacy is? Like, harm reduction fallacy is not, I call it a fallacy because it is often not discussed. Like, if I say this, it's going to sound weird. We dislike Ironheart because it's a black woman. Now, Chuds hate that because the black woman, she's advancing, she's smart. No, I hate the Ironheart interpretation because it makes Riri Williams look like a stuck-up bitch. It's modern writing written all over it. Okay? That's the problem. It's all modern writing. What's the best I can say? She comes off, her actress, who they got to play her role, she's an angry black woman. She has no character otherwise. And this was a guy, the director was inspired by the second or third run of Ironheart. Not the first or second. What we know of Riri Williams. Not what she became. Not the comic. But they also accept Carl Manverse. Most comic fans don't expect like Carl Manverse, okay? Carl Manverse was the run in which they cut off her hair, made her flat-chested, and made her have the angry daughter issues with the dad. I hate daddy because he's abusive. He beat me. He didn't let me do what stuff does. That was the inspiration for Captain Marvel. Not the other runs. But did I watch them? But this is the whole thing. They always fail the socialistic lesson of knowing the actual history of why. By the way, any day I'm expecting Dane's mouth stuff to come out that cis hetero men are bad. Being gay is the future. That's why I said their whole fucking sticko culture drives me insane. Like, we can't just hate something because it's an absolutely trash product. Whoa, but Eric debunks the gay man has coped, though, for real, and said, Thunderbolt hasn't failed. It's finally broke even. Ponder that statement a second. Thunderbolt is on its way to break even. Oh, but if they get backed into a corner, they cite Daredevil Born Again. Yes, millennial writing is a thing. That's the key. See right there. Millennial writing. I hate millennial writing. It is the most cancerous activity. I see that. That's what's ruining Division. And the funny part is, it's not the system that's bad. It is literally the millennial writing. They can't write a story in depth. And they neglect to mention why. Because everyone forgets there was like 3 or 4 launches of Riri Williams. Okay? Not just one. I'm gonna go level my glyphs on the other. I need to level my glyphs for my other character, by the way. The other character on this build. Well, the other build, I should say, is the other character. It's one of those things of Marvel is so competent. They released the Ironheart show's trailer for their massive character that's a success of Riri Williams right around the time of the Superman trailer. Now, Blurred Without Fear was saying it was going to be released around the time of Juneteenth. Now, it's going to get buried. And then they want to go on and say Marvel hates black people too. And I'm like, that's a man I've watched his channel burn for like. He still covers comics fine, but if it involves a black person who married a white woman and has a trans kid basically who started off as non binary, yeah, no. Mm-mm, mm-mm. That is a man who, if you think Dane is bad, look into Blurred's lore. I mean, Blurred's lore is it's it's about like Kamala Harris's like thing. I mean, but he has a good family. He takes care of them. He has like what, one kid of his own with her. All right. Don't know how that last one's turning out, but hey, hard to tell. But, I mean, supposedly the other 2 kids are normal. Hey, but that's what I tell you. But bear in mind, according to Tony and others, I've not been around the internet long enough to know what goes on in communities. Hmm. Yeah. No, but a lot of these people who are like social activists, I've actually watched a lot of them over the years because they got into my nerdum space and I had to learn about them. 65s. There might actually be a that actually might be a good way. Jesus! Bad layout, bad. I hate the layout of this level. Get out of the doorways. Because my super gets, like, knocked out of the... Dude, yes, that's half of it. We just want to play our video games. That's all the fuck we wanted. Some of us like politics, but bro, I remember playing StarCraft 2 and StarCraft and StarCraft 2. You would have the political discussions. You'd see the really early days of the leftoids try to get in. But now, you get to the point you start educating yourself on the progressives and the people who inspired them. But largely, I was a history person in school. So I knew the history. And it all just clicked a lot. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. Then there's also the people who are just gaming journalists who Cody needs to be thankful at some point that I just choose not to ignore. I'm going to ignore him over the summer. Because he's had in his last few streams said some really, really dumb shit. Really stupid shit. That I could pick apart and make him look like a retard. An actual physical retard. Worse than he already is. He's just not worth my time half of it. I listened to him for 5 minutes. He's like, oh, if someone's mad because I didn't tell him not to play Doom in the Dark Ages. No, I just called Tony a fake ass gamer, dude, because he never talks about gaming on his channel, right? He never talks about it. Like, all he does is more or less like, God, you're gonna be a beefy boy. Jesus. Why does it have to, you? Oh hell, are you gonna just? Jesus, that's right. You have a vampire shit. You're gonna be annoyed. Okay, I don't like these bosses. These right here are some of the worst because it actually has like a tendril. Like, this is a vampire like boss, and it's really gay. The problem when they increase the health of these things, like any other given tier, these things are dead. Fuck right up. 30 minutes. Just fuck with it. Right? Mm-hmm. Also, like with history, it's like multi-shocked. Like when it comes to comics, right? Like supposedly they, fun fact, they just showed the first images of Galactus. Um, I don't know. We'll have to see what he looks like inside of the movie. Basically, we'll have to see. It still looks good. Don't get me wrong. They just showed the first images of it, and I'll just see how they phone him in. Like, if you kind of know, like knowing history is a really it's a good period for like if you know it. But like with comics, nah, like I kind of tapped out of comics. Okay, there's a gap in my knowledge in comics in certain areas that are that it's in a period of okay, if you weren't going to read a comic run, you largely were not going to read one. Like very early Fantastic Four, like what they're basing the film upon, that's when they first meet Galactus. Okay. That's when they first meet him. That's his literal first meeting. But that is a very campy, like, era that it's a very different comic. But, like, a lot of that period, I just blank out because most of them were mediocre. And that's something you go back, but I know a lot of early X-Men. I know the early X-Men, basically. I just didn't care about it. But I was also more of a DC person, too. Like, I know a lot more when you look at, like, Legion of Superheroes, um, the 3000 storyline, which kind of they forget about. Yeah, like, my stuff will go from a modern era. Like, my gap in Marvel Comics is in the 70s because I really didn't grow up a Spider-Man person. Like I wasn't like I liked Spider-Man, but like I didn't like Fantastic Four. Um it's more X-Men. Like I was more DC growing up than you real like but I never hated Marvel. It's what you're first introduced to basically. Like see so like I knew of Superman, I knew of the early, I knew of the New Gods, I knew of parts of Marvel, and it's more your big events. You get introduced, and then you branch out. Like '90s, the X Men show. Though I think like I'll be very curious with X Men '97 season 2 if they're gonna gut it. That's why when I covered it, right, they really fucked up the Storm storyline where she lost her powers. Like that period was a very key comic. That's like Daredevil Born Again. Daredevil Born Again's from that same era. It's 86, quite literally. The original Daredevil Born Again run was that old. But people also forget it. It's that old. I mean, they will. You don't realize that. It's like milking nostalgia. It's funny, there's a person with Arch was streaming the other day. Like, talks about old culture. Like the old nerd culture. Like, Star Trek we knew was lost years ago. Like, after about, I put like early 2000s. Like, I think some of the last, like, if you go look at the era of sci fi from about 2000 to, I think about maybe a little after 2010, it wasn't the same. Like, when you look at Star Trek series, like, one of the last Star Trek series I actually truly, truly liked was Enterprise. Enterprise gets a lot of hate. Now, it's funny, like, when you look at, like, a fandom, Deep Space Nine, but he has the alternative. I think the Dominion War was the worst part of Deep Space Nine. Which, but I didn't like Voyager. So, like, Voyager was hit or miss with me. Because I always felt Voyager was always. It was towards the tail end of Gene Roddenberry's writing of it, so to speak. I don't know how much input he actually had into Enterprise. I mean, like, if you ever look on how much Gene Roddenberry worked on, Enterprise was a really good premise. It had a strange first couple of seasons. Like, but it was good. But they did not want to continue that series. But then again, Paramount greenlights STD for how many years? And that was largely a really mid show. In the last, I would say, arguable Star Trek we had was. Let's see. I want to get this one. Wait, 21 minutes, I guess. I'll wait 21 minutes. So, I'll wait 21 minutes. Then I'll switch over. I really need to do a do site farming. If I could get 2 runs, but that would take longer. Be free for the next 4 hours. World bosses only come in about every 4 hours. So, like, if you look at the state of early sci-fi, right? Battlestar Galactica remake wasn't bad. It was actually good. Different retelling. Westworld was really good. Uh, Surprisingly, Andor is good. That's the weird part. Andor is really good. Just hate the layout. I hate the layout of Nahatu. Nahatu has a problem down here. So Nahatu is largely a bunch of damn like winding coves, and it doesn't feel any better when you go down here. The jungle paths all have 1 or 2 ways, but largely they're. Even this part isn't good. This is just not a good layout when you come running around down here. It never grows on you either. It looks like ass half the time. I don't like it. It's not very open. It's not a very open place. So a lot of your pathing down here is pretty mid. It's like a very annoying in all your pathing. God. Really? I missed. Oh God, I forgot he has an infall. So he died and he still had another fucking phase afterwards. Really? Okay, so he actually died. Did develop to then he phased. And I still had to clear out all those shits. Come on. You do better than that game. Jesus. Basically. How do you Oh, that is annoying. Uh but honestly, this is my main workhorse character. I mean, I always have a couple. I have to switch it up once in a while. This character is not bad, like, but once it reaches a level, it's an easy one. I can grind on my others, so it gives me my materials. I can grind on the others. But yeah, like a lot of stuff, right? Like, but he was like, and it's Banks TV, right? He's a friend of Arch's, um, surprisingly, and just talking about some of the sci-fi. Like, if you think what's lost or what you can't do. Like, Firefly, largely kind of a niche Canadian series, very highly popular. Um, Kind of an odd one. But, again, it gets messed up because things mess up the properties. I feel like there's also, it's because it's that pre-millennial writing. I think the millennial style writing in the decline. It's like, I guess I still am really funny running into you in here. There was a decline. And that's why I always said it goes back to like around the 2010s. It was pre hell. Oh, you finally saw that the almighty Lolly was on Archcast. Yeah. I saw that. I thought like I've known that name for a while. Yeah. He's interesting. But I'm sorry. He has to be forsaken because he's a Final Fantasy 14 player. And I'm sure he has a gay cat boy. Okay? But yeah, other than that, he's a good boy. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, Tal, yeah. Like, literally. Tal or Almighty Lolly. That's a hell of a name, by the way. Doesn't describe his channel. But what's funny, at least with Arch and his direction he's going, he actually has Lumi is actually forcing him to cover stuff or talk to others. Because it's funny, Arch actually finally addressed in the last two about the GW lawsuit where they just did against, which is in Florida, by the way, which they could sue, where, oh, you either appear or you don't appear kind of thing. Where, um, that he opened up on a lot. This is the first time a lot of people who watch Archcast are finally learning about Arch's origin. Like, he could have easily fought GW back in the day. But Arch, very similar to me, will literally die on his own principles and let his principles kill him at times. I have the same problem over the years. Um, Arch has never participated in drama. It's like when he finally saw the major kill thing on him, the hit piece on him. Yeah, Major Kill turned out to be a giant douchebag. But that's kind of the Arch I've always been wanting to see more than the other. The timid Arch, I'm not used to this. Like, he does it so he stays out of trouble. That's the reason why when Dev says something stupid, he will not chime in. He stays quiet. That's kind of the thing. But the current Arch, I don't know what got into Arch recently. Arch is more animated, basically. He's more vibrant and more better. It's the Arch of old that I haven't seen in years. But I am like one of the few who does we know the lore. But you'll also see the core of Arch's audience that's been there for like through thick and thin with him. But he's also been taking more risk, branching back out, talking to the Almighty. Oh, so that's why he called himself the Almighty Lolly? He did it as a scare tactic? Wow, okay. That's all respects, by the way. That is a lot of props. And he's kept it because he didn't want to be labeled a lolicon. Okay, but he's still. I'm gonna bet you, without looking at his Final Fantasy 14 coverage, he either goons to the cat girl or has a cat boy character, or at least has a cat girl character. I will guarantee you that. But I ain't gonna shit on him for that because Final Fantasy 14 is the home of degeneracy. That's an inside joke. Unless you ever know it and you know anybody from those communities, you shall understand. You think the WoW, by the way, people think the WoW community, like, what is it, Moonveil or the room where they do ERP or the role playing, they earn gold in WoW. You think that shit's weird? Go to that area in Final Fantasy 14. That's all I'll say. I've What, Archie streams or Almighty Lolly streams? Nah, I mean him, like he's pretty normal. Like the problem right now with like catching streams from me is if it's like when I'm streaming, like all this month, it's like all the people I stream with, they all stream the same time. Like, when I'm in a single player game, I'm going to be in a game for 8 hours. And Tony goes, you have. Do not. You son of a. DC me, you piece of fucking shit. You piece of fucking shit. Hold on. That is what we call the error, where your stuff doesn't work, where so it won't even do the courtesy and DC you, where it will, and then it won't save. Dude, I hate when this fucking shit happens. Thank you. Hmm. Oh god. See if I got well password. That's not good. That's bad. It's just that ain't it. That ain't it. That's bad. I did the whole thing. I logged out of my account, and not good. And I haven't reset that password in ages. But yeah, that is a stupid error where it's a verification error on one end, where when it DCs you and entirely fucks up your entire session. Now, BattleNet, if you never understand, has um like BattleNet has like 3-layer coding into it. Like I have beyond fucking 2FA in this shit. Like 2FA would be nice. Like, you can't even. Like I would love to know how they get like the Chinese to spoof this shit because it gets progressively harder if you actually do that. That's more that I like, and it really sucks. I've always appreciated their anti-hack measures, but man, is it? Oh my god! Thank you. I mean, it's wrong. I just reset it. Ah, it's so stupid. Oh, you know the other one that has really horrible account verification is actually MiHoYo. MiHoYo is you son of Battle.net's at least good on this. Like if anyone ever tries to actually hack your account, they're gonna have fun. Like they make um everything I do has like just imagine if you actually have a Battle.net authenticator. It's actually supposed to have for WoW. Tell me that is wrong. If I miss that world boss, I'm gonna be mad. Like if I miss that world boss. See, that's a good thing. See, the I mean, literally a lot of stuff doesn't have that kind of verification. Like my Google, um, shit. Like my Google, by the way, is like hidden behind like I would put arguably look 2 FAs of light. That shit has like 10 layers. Listen, never log out. Don't ever log out in a rush if you do not remember the password. Oh, that is so bad. And I miss the world boss. Indeed. I am. That's bad. That is really bad. Ugh. Mm. That irritates me. Eh. World bosses don't come back around for like another 4 hours. Jesus. Why is the latency like shit here? Someone care to tell me. No, you know what's funny? I will say this on Arch. Arch has changed his streaming times. Like, I don't say for the most part. Like, it depends on who he's doing. Like, if he's streaming with Lumi as a Arch will go later. He's not your kind of Europe. What is he? You're about the similar time zone. Arch has like the most horrible sleep pattern, I think. It's just nice to be able to exist in tier 4 and be able to kill. Unfortunately. I gotta work on my other characters and get this shit done. But yeah, no. Like a lot of stuff. I've just been chilling, catching up on things. Like I gotta wait on Mandalore for... I gotta wait on Mandalore for to get better and do the coverage on Andor. Because Andor Season 2 turns out... I think what's... Okay. It's no secret it's gonna dump off into Rogue One. That's no secret. But it's usually the question of how it's gonna dump off into Rogue One. But Andor is one of those weird series that it's good, but it doesn't get talked about. Like Daredevil, right? You could say Daredevil, like most of the MCU shit has sucked outside of a couple of things. But Daredevil Born Again was good. But the new copium is, guys, this has always been there. Now, Mags brought up an interesting point. Oh yeah, no, if you are like Arch, Arch is always like he's almost, we jokingly say he's an American in Europe. We call him the American in Europe, but if he was in America, he probably wouldn't be tolerated by some Republicans because he's big government. He would learn very quickly why we don't like big government. Like I'm fine if government has to do stuff, but man, I am not a big government person. In between, I think once I get my glyphs leveled, I can like I want to get to the point I can put this character to bed that I don't have to play on it so much. Like this will be unfortunately been my main seasonal grinding character. I got to get my minion shadow build back up and running. That's taking a lot longer. All I'm asking for is my glyphs at least a 45. Okay, that's all I want. I want my glyphs to 45 that I can do the rest. Just need my glyphs. I think my other ones are that way. Glyphs are the power in the game, to be honest. Like, but Centipede is not the first final destiny of that character, of my spirit born. What I need is the reason I hang on my Necro is the main character that allows me to. It's just a grind character. This is a grind character 9 times out of 10. So like, this is what it's the fast clear, and that's what it's for. It is just in the time attack and cliff pushing. Cut this very damn close. I have that. I'm not the biggest fan of time attack metas. Did I make 4? I did. Oh. I made 4 and I didn't know. Yeah, well, hold on a sec. Right. Hold on. Okay. Huge requests. The favors I do for people. Apparently my IP is all over the place right now. Yes. See, actually, I do not know where my IP currently is coming from. Strangely enough, 'cause my shit's the mix of being redone. Eh. Really? We go from Season of the Ghoul to... We need Season of the Ghoul. We're going to go from there to Fish People? What the fuck? I can ask questions? That apparently that's the next season? Few times I actually log in and I check my email. I'm gonna check my email more often. Good luck. I don't have authentication. And I am not setting up mobile authentication. I could set up mobile authentication. What the fuck? They finally put a Fires of Rubicon on sale. It's only been 10 years. Seriously, by the way. They finally just put some games. Why does everything? It does remind me of something. Granted, like, why the fuck does everything need to be mobile verified? I mean, Google does this too. It's always bad, though. I already have, like, Beyond Mobile with A. You got to rush really quick. I'll be right back. You have like fucking 10 FA and everything. By the way, there was a whole bunch of updates. Skull for the Skull Throne sale has a lot of really good stuff in it right now. Or at least a lot of announced projects. Beyond Space Marine too. Apparently Dark Heresy is another one. Apparently Beyond Dark Heresy. Total War just got its next one. Switch characters. Unless I need the other. Yeah, Skulls for the Skull Throne sale has a lot of stuff in it. I mean, it doesn't change the fact that, like, shit's expensive as hell. Like, Total War 3 is still god awful expensive. Total War 3 is like, so base game right now, 66% off is $20. Uh the Ogre DLC is 18. The Thrones of Decay is 15. Shadows of Change is 15. 16. 7. That was $8. Oh yeah. No, you're like, the game will DLC you to death. Like the Chaos Dwarves are the, I mean, saying Gladius. Gladius is up there too, but at least that is. See, Rogue Trader, I want to get into. I need to get it. I must have bought it when it was really cheap. I must have bought it when it was really, really super cheap. I don't even remember buying Rogue Trader. I do not. I must have bought it when it was on deep on sale. I must have. See if I can get this. Yeah, I figured it was a bot. It's probably a bot. I can tell. It's the thing. It's weird you know about that one. Yeah, especially it's not a person I interact with much. He's not a bot. I know what he does. I mean, from his streams, apparently. Eh. Turtles are weird. Yeah, I am aware. I would be lying if I said the CSGO bot problem wasn't a real thing, but it is. No, there's a thing you can always tell logins. So it's weird. Like you can always kind of spot those things from a mile away. That's actually a downside to CS:GO a lot. Hmm. There's a way to fix that one. Uh, it's still doing it. Shouldn't be doing it. Hmm. I can change that too very quickly. Which I will. Well, I mean, spoofing it was two separate things. Now I just need to start getting my glyphs leveled on this character. That's the big deal. I was really hoping I could find a friend at least give me 245. I'd like it better. Oh, that's handled. Apparently, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2's DLC. Might have to try that. Nowhere do I see they fixed the fucking other part. I have to go back and look at the past patch notes, but I swear to God, if they haven't fixed the last part to that shit. Plus, it'd be a rocky thing. If this doesn't work, is getting shit to 45 would work. Failing. You start a group. Come on, who's the last person doing it? A fucking course. You stupid shit. Yep. Great. Why is there always a bot amongst everything here? There was a fucking bot amongst shit. Really? There's always a bot. Like, I cannot tell you how much times I've seen this shit. I think like a 65 would be good. I think if I think a 65. 45, 55. So we're looking at like 65. Crank it up to do whatever. What was that? That was a 40? That was a 40 I just did. So I can clear a 40 that quick. Let's see. If I don't push it, it'd be about 40 or 50s. See, technically, what's 10 10s? I think as long as you're the level or above. 55 is tier 3. So. I think probably I would say 75. 70's a lot, though. '55s are a really good one, like, to have. Like, this character, I think. Wait to see if anybody. Like, 50s, I should be able to clear on my own. '55s on repeat, so. This is an ass board. Jesus. All this stuff. '55s are good on repeat if they can live. The thing is, can they kill on 55? Find out. Can they kill on 55? 55 is when tier 4 starts. I gotta figure out how to spend like 26 points. I realized my character was that out of date. Oh, God. I think your glyphs are up level. That's okay. It's just about the gear. See, I'm right at where I need with gear with this character. So. '55 to. Well, technically, when you start getting into the runs, is when you start getting into retarded territory. Because technically, after a point, there's a over. So a lot of stuff will just start being too scaled, too high. It's good on leveling glyphs, so glyphs are the key to power. It's a fucking sea hag. Probably going to go dump off obols here soon, too. I got to dump off obols. I have to dump off obols. So with this build, I'm not sure. Like, I have a... It's working out better. The fuck? A person leaves, they join, and then they leave. It's a way to do this a lot better. Very boring. I just need to get my... I need to get my glyphs up. That's the biggest part. A lot of my other parts, yep, are really good. It's just the issue is those. And the scaling gets worse right around... What? I'd say... Not, see, getting into tier 4 with, like, gear like I have... isn't as hard as killing efficiently. But bear in mind, this is all max gear, sometimes 2, 3 GA. So, that being said, this character is very overpowered for what it needs to be. Which every goddamn thing is there. That's what's holding my damage back. Yep. Once the damage over time kicks in, everything just blows up. That's usually how it works with this build. It's that ramp up damage that actually makes this build powerful. The earthquake and the rupture style explodes in the... It explodes in the regards of that, where you start having your multipliers go off. Those things are a bitch at like 75 to 80. Oh yes, I didn't tell about the adventure I had. My adventure in Division 2 the other day was funny. I had some Brazilian guy who had broken his caps lock key and who was clearly exploiting the game so badly he didn't even want to admit to it. Basically. And doing the very insecure Brazilian thing. Mhm. But it also goes to show how powerful Rupture and Earthquake is. Earthquake and both Rupture got a massive boost. I am not, but I know my damage is already. I could survive. Don't get me wrong. I am not gonna damage these things. Yes, less than 65. Too much for certain people. Like, I could survive. You gotta understand, I can survive this stuff. Other people can't. An answer usually why people at this level don't. Because scale to 4, so this is scale to 4 at tier 65, tier, so what, this would have been tier 75 equivalent to last season. That's it, these things have horrible scale. To get away from those things. Already died. What? Someone's already died. They just don't. See, they ran through. They don't clear the other. Like, my thing is, how did they bypass all of that stuff? How? How'd you miss that entire horde in the beginning? I don't understand how they did that. In an enclosed map, you're not missing. It's the difference between people who constantly, like, grind. Like, 65s are good, but you gotta be able to live. Yes. Spot that, but that ain't gonna help me. Two-star helm is kind of probably good for what I need it for. A two-star helm, I mean, I think on this build, right? Technically, you're supposed to go ugly bastard, but you're supposed to go. You can go ugly bastard, which has the passive, but that's not required. The thing that I need to get is a Rage of Hegroth. Uh, Rage of Hegroth is what I need. The Rage, it allows your cooldowns to reset. So like my friend was running with the Pokemon build, sometimes you call it, because you reset, because there is no floor on the Ancients. There's, since there is no floor on Ancients, you can repeat summon. So that's, he confirmed it. I kind of spotted it when I was doing this build. Now, granted, with this build, it's more or less just part of everything. Why does it have to? I'm not gonna even ask. Ugh, such shit. That's a horrible. Look, by the way, one thing I would say, they need to take out. Uh, they need to actually take out top, like. Okay, why are resilience mods? I tell people. There's a minimum health pool you need to be up here. But also, there's a reason why a lot of the classes that are really broken right now are fortification. People overestimate their strength. They don't realize when you're trying to clear, the goal is to speed clear these things and get through them. But once the glyphs start getting it, I think all the legendary, yeah, that's when your build starts clicking. You'll get to at least tier 4, yes. But the afterwards, you need them higher. Oh my. Ah. Wait. If you're squishy, you can stay back. We reached a dead end. No, I need to check and see if I have the execution power on, which I may not. I don't think I have my execution power on. I need the execution power. Because the execution power is key. So, boss farming is different than pit farming. Pit farming is about clearing. Now we are to the So, executions are stronger in pit farming than in the. That's what. So, if you have any form of that, that's a lot better. Which is always part. Make sure I have that one. So I have that one, but I need a Wandering Death. Stop. Yes, Ashtava. But yeah, Ash. There's a rage, but not a good one. Jesus, 0 for 2 in the camp. A lot of people don't think about the execution. That's where the big power is. The big power is in execution. Mm. You're supposed to have health on gear. Usually the big trick. Barbarians are usually about that. Because the more health on gear, right? So a lot of everything barbarians do just comes up with that. So, I mean, technically, what? As I said, there's a threshold. There's a threshold for life at this tier. The threshold for life depends on the characters, but the armor is min. Armor, you have to have min. So, all armor, you have to have that. Now, you see, stats. It's either going to be all stat gear, which you're using in general, or you're having life on gear. Life on gear is sometimes key. Now, pain gorgers are just placeholders. I like them, but ain't going to be a state. They aren't staples. Let me see. Make sure my resistance. My resistor good. What the fuck? That shit. Jesus. If I don't stop getting things that are elemental resistance, I am going to be really upset. This is not the trend I want for the day. Every GA I'm getting is at least lightning resistance or something. It's always stupid. Doesn't help me out, doesn't do the things. Oh, they fell for the trap, didn't they? Oh, really? Vampires. Some builds can deal with these better than others. But if you run into vampires, a lot of people run at higher levels. Because vampires have a natural innate, they always draw health from those around them. But at the same rate, they're tanky as high fuck. So in a lot of pit runs, people avoid them. I can understand why. I say this with all due respect, people. There's a point you make yourself a glass cannon, and literally they have a talent that's a glass cannon. But you need to, in turn, not be a glass cannon. Like, the, the philosophy I have with Necromancer, because you're a squishy wizard with abilities, and especially if you're a Sork, you should have barriers all over the place. If you don't have barriers, you're just going to be dead. So, it's like huge. People overvalue their abilities to actually live, I believe. And that's the problem here. You can't be overconfident. Something's gonna constantly kill you. Here, man, that's just the way this game works. And people, like, he's always rushing, and it's like, yeah, if there's the idea of group clearing, sure. Hmm. What I'm finding is a lot of these fucking people don't build for survivability. They're building for that. But that's the trick. How? I mean, after a protracted endurance battle of being underleveled, they might kill me. But I am not the easiest person to take down. Usually these people don't build for that. I mean, if anyone, the Sork should be dying before a barbarian. But it's kind of that weird thing. People goes as I say, goes beyond the overestimate. Like they want to do 75. Yeah, if we can push out 75s, sure. Jesus. Oh, damn it! Push safely. Yeah. It's good to find a cap of where you need to be, but I think 75 is far too much for most builds. That would put you in about 90. I've at least taken into account 90-ish territory. That's the problem with a lot of builds. A lot of builds are not surviving in game for this reason. So a lot of this is Jesus, that's unnecessary deaths. I mean, can't push to like because this is the problem. People push like I say keep it about that you knowing strength of people without knowing strength of people. You keep it about where you know people live. You have to keep it about Because there's the thing about the multiplicative and additive. Let's just lower it down to 55s. Like, what the fuck is a 161 doing up in tier 4 shit? No, you don't have that much power to scale up. We're gonna get it. We're gonna barely get it in any more deaths, but I like to get 5 glyphs, not fucking 3, 4 every time. That would be nice. They are they are dumb. They are people. No. No, no, okay. So there's this concept that gets practiced in this game, amongst other things. Quickest time to do something. Now, it used to be highly possible for players to do what that guy was doing. Not anymore. We're squishy little shits nowadays. And half those things are way too powerful in turn. Oh, he dies ahead and it's 4 minutes. Like, okay, so this is tier 4. Right? Look around. A 212, a 182. A 182 has no right to be up. Right? And I say this because you will not survive. A 187 doesn't survive. You might have a very shitty time to kill, assuming you have the glyphs. A lot of these people have been boosted by other people, but they don't know how to play. Now, in the case of Division 2 right now, there's a bunch of shits running caches and exploiting a glitch right now. Which, in turn, is giving them artificial power, but it's not teaching them game skill. Copy my system and just go do that. Get these others to 45 myself. 46, I should say. I mean, fucking retarded. I look at one death as a fucking failure. I don't look at one death as a failure. Right? I just look at it as like, that's a mode that does not reward you if you die like 18 times. I mean, eventually when that death timer hits, when that death timer hits 90, that shit fucking sets you back. Because everything you gotta bear in mind at this level, and when you play like that, is close to very ridiculous. Just for the time being. Now, there is this concept, too, of turning and burning for the best. But it doesn't matter if someone dies, someone can be resurrected. But death is not rewarded in this game and in these modes. Good enough. I hate this layout. Oh, just look. Not there yet. 55 still 45. Yep. Probably do that. And everything I have is being absorbed by these walls. This is the shit that gives my necromancer fits. By the way. This map. This particular map. 60s are too much. The current. It'll get better. At least if I get my glyphs up, it will be better. Better. Yeah, you see the time to kill is too bad. So it's not as much as them, right? It's like, sure. Like individual, yeah. Also, everything in all my AoEs are being absorbed by everything in the whole environment, so well, half my damage is being lost. Yep, half my damage is being lost, basically. Scale difference. That's the thing. There is such a scale difference in this leveling. I do not know why. Like, there's somewhere when you go between tier 3, I think roughly it's like 3 to 4. Oh, and there's also this phenomenal collision physics. Really hurt the ad as much as they hurt your area at DPS. That was a lot of ads. No, I sometimes stop counting. Like in the little mini hordes that clump up. Like this is why like Blood Wave Necros are really good. Like you see the as far as speed farming goes. You collect all of this and you just murder them. And look, a lot of people like doing stuff the faster way because they're either poor or they don't have the time. Like a lot of stuff is, but it also allows people to be in places they shouldn't. Now, but you're not ever going to stop people who just want to play in tier 4 and not get their shit pushed in. And this is what happens here. People reach, they try to go the highest they can, and either one or two things happens. They either wind up in a place they should not be, because you're gonna. Because like I said, that's city here hurt you. They hurt the entire thing. That additional glyph is what I'm after. And I still need a couple of really. as I say too, this has a very weird clear rate. Like here, I just don't like it. Like it's not as bad as the. I would never use my centipede spiritborn in these things. Never. Unless you can give me a firm power where I can execute, you are going to not run these timely. And that's a problem with these. They don't get run if you don't run them timely. Boy. This build gets a lot faster eventually in hordes, but like it is just it's that building part this season because everything is chunkier than it should be. A lot has too much health at this team. Like that's the problem with scaling. Hits have now basically it's like 25% more. So almost everything is 25 to 35% higher. Look at my friend even that pushes out damage. I'm like, just at least get my glyphs to 45, so at least do something. 46 at least. So if I can at least get them to 46, that's at least half the battle. Whereas if I look at it, oh Jesus, just stop. Thank you. Yes. The terrain just absorbs my build. So certain layouts are worse than others. So like depending on if it's an open forum, if it's an open forum area like this, oh good. Everything just dies. No issues. If there's columns or there is doorways, solid objects, nothing goes through it. Yep. You either have to round them up and you have to do it. To get the, I need to check my powers though. I think Andurial. I think the Andurial support would be good. So the Andurial support is kind of where I need to be. And then the Endurial support with damage over time. Kind of need to check that though. I have to sit down. I haven't really sat down with this build to figure out where it needs to be. Like, at least in the witch powers. Or the boss powers. Which I need to figure it out. Like, I think, like, some of it, the damage over time was definitely there. I don't like the Ashava. The Ashava's good. And it has no cooldown. At least with this build and the way I cause damage over time. Like, that stuff doesn't, at least, if that works as intended. But I think the issue itself, right? I find the issue... Oof. Girl in a doorway. I'll be a lot happier when I get the glyph up. When the glyph gets up, that would be a lot better for me. I am already have almost... Really? Piece of shit. I'm one of those people, when I play a game like this, I can figure out the science and the way shit works and what's usable in 5 minutes. So when I played Doom, right? Doom the Dark Ages, right? That style of a game or Doom, I could always find the cheese. Like, so to speak. It's like Division 2 on the same way for me. Like here, you just figure out the combination. And unless they nerf it, it stays. Really, game. You piece of shit, yet everything's still there. I need to figure out how to reallocate my Paragon points. Remember I was telling you how these are tanky? Hilda? Like, these things have so much health. This is tier 50. With one person. Now, arguably, I have just the time to kill it is ass. Now think of this at a higher level. These are monsters to fight. Like, there's times that even me and my friend, when I played, both powerful. These things suck horribly. They are sponges. Like, these bosses, for some bizarre reason, are sponge. Like, you would think the sea hags are bad. Sea hags can be unnaturally healthy, too. But these, up there. Okay. It's a two-handed mace. Also, I do not like the fact they took, You see that extra glyph makes a difference? Especially when you get that last cinder. That's what people don't get. That's why you don't die. 5 glyphs is better than 4. The 5 glyphs. That's what you need. Now, see, technically, I'm not really married to this amulet. That amulet is good. That amulet is really super good for what I need. But that armor is very open. Rock power is good on this build, but I need, like... See, what I need on this build, I have to farm. It's even if I had the one. I was thinking, dude, Jesus. See, everyone's been playing Barbarian, but no one can get, like, about everyone I know is about at least. They just don't have. Okay, dude, that's better. That's a. That's a better one, now isn't it? Like, what the fuck? That's at least something. That's a lot better. Good. It's a lot better. But no, my armor right now is overkill for what I have. It gave me a bold chieftain, really? Don't you fucking dare. Don't you fucking dare DC me. Oh, you fucking shit of a game, dude. Literally just... Oh, it's there. It's like, nah, if you ate my caches, I will kill you, Kane. If you ate my caches, I would not be happy. There would probably be very much the case of, yeah, they got shoved somewhere. I got a bold chieftain now, so at least good in that regard. Mighty throw grasp. Yeah, that's poor. Oh, we got pole arm. There's a ring of them. Oh. 25. Huh. That's a pure upgrade. Fuck you. God, game. Jesus. Might as well be. It's a 1 GA ring. The absolute Fuck. That's my curse, by the way. Half the time. So apparently that is the type of loot I'm going to be getting today. Jeez, you. Really? Why would you do that? Really? I'm sorry. 3 to 95. If I have a feeling, I think I know what he's doing. He's not doing like 90, so if it's that. See, okay. This is where the Redditeers should bitch, right? Like, that is the point. If you want to bitch to the forums about that. 3 hours to get 4 glyphs from 80 to 95. I shit you not. And I can guarantee you he's doing that at high level. Like, he is not even confident enough to even just carry my stuff. We are not even confident enough to carry our own tunes up through shit places. That's how bad it is this season. That's actually how bad it is. We don't even try to carry our own tunes up. Like the carry services and everything basically been dead. Everything we're doing by ourselves unless you already have a person who's up there in game. Which I would argue probably would help out. Yeah. I was hoping for an amulet, but I think amulets are 100. See, that ring is about right. But see, I've been bound to that amulet for a while. In the terms of that. I haven't really been getting upgrades for this character. Not really. I've done those. Let me see how many. How much I have, do I? See, there are the mantles I'm out in Fury that I might switch to. But I need to switch to out the helmet. My friend got that one for me. It's at least perfect, probably. See, there's a vehement stack upgrade. But if I switch that out, I have to switch out the helmet. It's the thing. That is what I'm looking at. But as I said, I lose. I'm already almost all unique. So it's either I lose the helm and then I lose the other. So either I'm going to have that. That's going to be the issue with this character. I'm getting pretty bound to uniques. So. And there's nothing I can really do about the bottom ones. So Arat, that, and then the other one is very key to this build. So. The Warlord one. So. But if I change that, I mean, honestly, see, that is a multiplier. See, that X means a multiplier, basically. It means I probably got to change out Pain Gorgers. Change out the helmet. The helmet's been. I mean, the helmet's good, but this isn't required. It's good, but it ain't required. I have nothing at strength. So I need to go see something, don't I? Belial materials, huh? Nothing, 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 nothing. I mean, I can't trade out because it's not worth out. Hey, no, that is actually a potentially good one. No, isn't. It's actually a good one. That amulet. That amulet might actually be good. Geez, like. I see your max attack speed. Oh yeah, if I have people who start necros, like, fuck, like, they'll be, like, maxed within however long. It's like, I've just had this shit for so long. Hmm. I've been saving that. But if no one's buying stuff, I probably will not keep that. That would work better on Spiritborn that's not Centipede because I don't want to use that. That's actually a pretty good one, but it's not a rare one because it already has attack speed. But having attack speed here is separate. I don't know. Like, some of this stuff I've had to look at and see if it's any good for terms of what I need. I have to see what's on that character. That's what I need to find out. So if I change that and I change out the it's kind of like weird. Any other season, God Slayer's crown would be like God tier. So, and if I change that, I need to change out the helmet. If I don't change out the helmet, I have to change out the thing. Because I need that barrier. I mean, I can play without it. I'm just squishier, so to speak. I'm a lot squishier. That's all. I'm a lot squishier when it terms of uh hold on. What's the amulet on that Spiritborn? That Spiritborn's been getting a lot of gear recently. Oh, that Spiritborn has been getting a lot of gear. Been getting a ton of gear lately. But I don't even know. Huh. What's up? Yes, you wanna. I'll get you out. Yes. Come here. Yes. Fine. Hold on. Yes. Come here. Being a brat. Yes, you're being a brat. It's in your nature, though, to be a brat. Because you've been this way for years, for a while. I need to check my amulets here. This is mine. Yeah, so I'm good. I'm very good. This is my next pet project to get up. Like, I'm a little further along on it than I am others, so it's the barbarian that's slightly behind. Just a bit. You're gonna do that? No. You know better than that. You know better than that. See, my beard wants out, but she doesn't realize this is not what you do. So, see, like stat wise, it's kind of where one should be. I mean, in reality of the stuff. So, yes, I mean, that's an easy. Not sure. Well, I mean, really? Where do you think you're going? Hmm? I'm feeling more adventurous lately. You know better. Big girl, too. Mm. Let me see. So, yeah. See, that's also helping my cooldowns, though. That sucks. You know, that's actually helping my cooldowns. Which is strange. See, that's the helm there. So, technically, if you're using a passive, like if you're using a passive, you're supposed to be using the Ugly Bastard helm. Let's have the page on it. This one? Well, that's if you're berserking. Plurific. That. Like that one right there. It's kind of what you're supposed to be. Like, even if you're not using it, you're using it as a passive. That's a little bit more, mm, it's actually better in the Wrath of the Berserker. That's actually kind of around. See, I'm not a huge fan of that one. People are kind of using it for the wrong reasons. They're using it for they're using it for the multiplier, not the anything else attached to it. That's kind of cool. It's where I need it to be, but that's all the affects I need. Yeah, that one's good. Um, hmm. See that strength and damage over time. But you see, that's not the good one. And oftentimes too, I'm finding. I mean, but I'm not shocked anymore. Like, I used to be more shocked about how stupid people actually were in one regard, but not really anymore. Like, oh, I feel like I should keep that for somebody else. God, like I feel like that should go to somebody else. Like that. Okay, I haven't reformed my shadow. I haven't reformed my shadow necro yet. Like my shadow necro is in a very, very, very bad state. Well, technically, it's. I've only been on. I've been doing the farming on my necro for. Was it? No, Blood Wave necro has been my main necro for the season so far. It's just because I've been grinding up. Mm. And the issue is, dude, so if I replace that helm, it's gonna be nothing stat. Because I'm gonna lose the one, but I want my barrier. Oh no. See, 99, vehement. The funny part is that's actually good. Strangely enough. But let's break it down. I think it's broken down. Hmm. See, that's AS. See, both of these are similar, right? So that's life, max life, AS. So the question is, do you want movement speed or do you want the other? I mean, technically, that's strength and that. So, how much armor do I lose if that's... Oh, God. I forgot. That's like a shit ton of my armor. This amulet is like a shit ton of my armor. Yeah, like... That amulet is almost all my armor. Right there. That's what's weird. It is all my armor. Let's see. Hypothetically. Alright. Let's say armor. Armor's here. 15, 15. But there has a damage reduction, well healthy. Work my way that way. Damage reduction, well fortified. Sure. That's in that final tree. Oh god. See, like this. Like this is if I wasn't here. This devil size. Yeah, so there's like I'd have to find a way to generate I'd have to find a way to generate armor and probably stick armor on it. Then damage. See, that's AS. Oh, attack speed, but that's only movement speed, right? So movement speed is not always the thing, and that is most. That is life. That is 1,000 life. But that is thorns, tough as nails, and dodge. I mean, stun of 8. It's at least cooldown reduction. See, if I use that, see, that's life and damage to elites, so that roughly covers most of my stuff. That's max life, and that is also that. So if I take that up strength, I'm at the strength requirements though. Yeah, this is a season I'm starting to see like a lot of barbarians, which have like they have almost no normal. Like it's one of those ones I'm starting to see that. That's not the good sign when you start to see barbarians going the way of spiritborns or sorks. But also, it's one of the rare moments you start to see that as well. Because you start to see, like, because my friend was like doing barb this season. It's like, why can barbs be suddenly other items? It's like, well, it's entirely possible, right? Because barbarians lately have been acting like anything but, you know. For the longest time, barbarians have a. I think for a reason, barbarians are starting to act not like barbarians. So I've noticed that they're like literally getting stuff from other classes, basically, and that's a strength, but it's also hmm, strange, right? I believe. I mean, that's clear as day. I need to update. As I said, part of it is I should go do some resource grinding and get a bunch of site. Eh, okay. By the way, that's actually a really good one. So you have all of these that do earthquakes. Now, executioners are pretty good. What's that? 1.5? Hmm. Whoa, a whole 5 fucking %. Really? Made me feel better. Like, granted, a whole 5%. Hmm. I have 113,000 of this, and I never use that shit at all. Ever. All that does is get banked. That that is a resource many people don't know. But that can be used in places, but I wonder how much that vendor actually is now. That vendor. That vendor is usually around. Maybe. What I am tempted to do, I am so tempted. Keep so my Shadow Necro, that might work. Or mm, so what I would like to do, I can't do. See, these are core, basic, right? Basic, and that pumps basic. I mean, basically. I mean, technically, that's not much better. I take that off. It's like a 3 second difference. I mean, like, Rupture literally has no. I mean, I've been collecting gauntlets for a while. And actually, that's the one vendor I think I've used in a while. That is the right roll, except in one fashion. I were a vendor. I just have that vendor up. Mm. I need to go get that vendor. So there's actually two vendors. Got them both. So I haven't done anything on this character. Tell. It's like, mm. Oh, that definitely is a difference. Oh, that is a... Yeah, that's a hell of a difference. You can already see it. That's in small scale. Wow. Yeah, basically. Both the winds and the earthquakes are working. That works. Now, the only thing is, right, if I had a Harley Quinn's, I'd probably be better than the other. But that does. Yep, now I just need the other parts to it. Now I just need the glyphs. If I can figure out... if I can get a good helmet, I'd be good. If I can get the helmet. Now, a proper barbarian build can shoot above their weight, if you know how. I say if you know it. Here, this is with the damage nerf too. This is with the damage nerf that's in this. Like what? Everyone care. Oh god, you start hurting. Yeah, you see that lack of barrier? Fuck off. As I said, that lack of a fucking barrier. Yes, that's probably why that barbarian died. I could flat out tell you why she did. Or he did. Probably the main character did it. People just usually choose that. Oh, fuck. That's why I don't like that. You need a barrier. There's just something to it. You gotta have that barrier. Like, without that barrier, you're kind of shit. Like, it's all good, but, yep. Also. I mean, even if it's just a temp barrier, it's still stronger than most. I got temp barrier, it's still strong. Now, if I get good gauntlets, I can use, Moonrise. That's the thing. But see, that helmet that's on her is good, too, so... Like the issue itself. But if I weren't using it, you know what I would need, though? See, what I need for the build is I would want core on my gauntlets. Like, I want core there. Core is good on it in the turn. But if I may not need them, that's the case. You know, the real test, there's a real test in here if I need it. A real test. Extract this. I'll extract this, now go work on the seething abomination. That multiplier, though. Like, none of my stuff just stays down that long. Where is the back? But see, I need like some. Well, technically, I have the gauntlet. See, I don't want to use those ones. See, that's the thing. As much as I would use it, I don't really want to use those ones on that character. Like, I want to use those on her versus the other one. Because that stat might be what I need, not on the current version of my Necro, but it would be for the Shadow Blight Necro. Because the Shadow Blight Necro is largely minions with the with Blight. So that being said, I probably need that. Light, I probably kept those there. But then again, the downside to that Necro is she requires, well, Necro Paragons in general require a lot of intelligence at the end. Well, amongst other things. But the Godfather sword I got early on in the season's actually helping out. So that is actually a core. But see, that puts a lot of damage in the damage over time, which is the rend or the flay. Again, not having that barrier, you can see the very big distinct difference. The Godslayer crown is actually the first time I've actually used it, but it's meant for more of a class like this because you don't have. It's good early on until you get Harley Quinns, though. Really. It's very bad. Fuckers with poison, dude. Jesus. Yeah, it's heating bomb, but I can't really attack it because I have every fucking ad in the entire zone on my. Oh my god, this is horrible. Yeah, I need a. Part of that 20 my points. I need I I need that date the DR. Oh Jesus. I did not know there could be this many ads in this place. Oh, the haul from here is gonna be fucking retarded. I can get this off. Oh, I can get this off. Seeding bomb. Don't take damage, apparently. You know, I'm gonna say that thing is not taking damage. That is beefy as I thought it would be. Damage is not quite that high yet. Better. Wow. I get 60 out of that. All that shit. Dude, everything down here has poison. It's so annoying. I think this one has the most poison. So, like, if you're on a class it doesn't heal, oh, Jesus. You're gonna pay for it. But, as I said, Necros... Oh, you piece of shit. I died. Yep, no. Oh my god, what is this lag? I know I'm feeling it too. Now, ideally, there's two talents I like to use. Rather than this, it's that one. I used to use more barriers. Like, I use the one, it's an impu... What is it? Impudent? Um, is it immune? Is it immune damage? Was it really good low? Then I use the other one. Ideally, because they use always two defensive talents. Okay. If all you didn't have was that health. Look, power of glyphs would be better here. Jesus. They're gonna come in here with my necro? Oh god. Like, that thing, if I did not have, like, stacked health. Oh, you think this? Can we at least finally get into a one-on-one situation? Maybe. No. Not gonna happen. Dude, this thing is gonna heal. I don't feel like dying. Jesus Christ, that thing is tough. Whew! See, the fact alone I can even live through that says it all. By the way. If you ever want to understand, I can live through that. Third thing. I want to say that that person is here. It's not this. I want to say it's this vendor. Gloves. Yeah, so it's like 3,000. Oh, not as good as the oval vendor. Yeah, not as good as the oval vendor. The oval vendor's a lot better. Yeah, that's definitely not. Oh, Jesus. That vendor needs an overhaul. Like, terms of seriousness, this vendor is by far, I think, the worst vendor. Oh, wow. An ancestral. Oh, I'll fucking believe that. That vendor? Yeah, that vendor, Man, that vendor is not good. Not a good cosmetics in this place, though, if you go for them. But that vendor. I mean, that vendor's. I mean, well, but technically, a lot of the cosmetics in here cost, like. How much I have? Like. I own most of them, but I'm not sure if it translates to seasonal. I know Eternal side, I own a bunch. I never buy from that vendor. That means the Opal vendor is still going to be the best one to offload on, or at least get better stuff from. Good. I mean, it's max strength too, so. But you also know if you're really OP when you come in here and you just obliterate everything. Like, if you come in here and just there's a horde and done that with... What's the damage reduction? I'm going to say, like... Okay. I don't need to drag that whole horde over here. There's far too many. I could probably beat the thing one-on-one, but not when there's like fucking 20 elites around. Not when there's like that many elites. Nope. 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 That ain't gonna happen. Like, basically, when there's that many elites around, no, that's like you're just asking to die. Why doesn't finish that with mastery? The Lark's a lot better. Like, I think, like, once I get the gauntlets and something into place, I'll be a lot better. Like, Pangorgers work, but more on the other. I need the other pieces of gear to start falling into place. Problem I'm having, right, is it's just I have to play on this character like I play on everything else. You know, you gotta play on it. Like, if you play on this character, like, as that much. Like, Amulet's good. I need to change the helmet. Okay, if I change the helmet, I mean, it might really be a different, but maybe not elite. It works, though. As I said, this is just, I need to get my glyphs up. In all reality. That's where I've been needing for a while. I mean, the fact alone I can live on tier 4 is a miracle. Do you have sustain? Yeah. I just don't have the barrier to hide behind constantly. That elite barrier is very useful about every 20 seconds. It does help. Also, it's just the problem. Fortunately, you can't do that. Nope. Son of a bitch. My time to kill is an ass. That's horrible. See, like, once I get the other parts into place, I'll be good. But then again, I have the gear, and, like, this is all masterwork as well. So, I can pretty much run around tier 4. It's just my time to kill up here is pretty bad. Like, my time to kill basically will be so atrocious, it's not even worth it at the end of the day. But at least my multipliers are there. That if I need it. But my goal of earthquakes and shitting out twisters is going well, along with the ruptures and the flood. It's turning out very perfectly. So it's just turning out. It's just the problem right now is a little low in damage. So like where my Spiritborn is. My Spiritborn, I just need to sit down and play. But I don't know. Quill Volley still feels... Quill Volley does not feel... Jeez. I've seen people do it, but it's really funny how that stuff falls off. See, this one's a little bit better. It's got a lot of people with fire. Ignore the whole eruptions in earthquakes. The eruptions and the earthquakes is how this build works. That's the purpose of it. Eruptions and earthquakes. So, I mean, the worst I have to deal with is this spider in this one. I hate this. Nope, don't need this. Nope. Mm-mm. I can't kill that thing. The thing, it has enough health that it is powerful. Like, but I can kill the ads, but the ads have nothing on the seething abomination. Basically, roll that too. The question is ultimately probably in the stats. The problem now is just getting the stuff to roll correctly. Like the amulet is where most of my armor is, actually. Yes, Bubble. Bubble used to be so much fucking better. Now it is not. Bubble is just. Bubble. Nothing to. You know what's gonna be funny though? So shitty. Mm. See, that one's a good one. What do you roll that though? My resist all is good. Death blow, mighty blow. That can have rupture 3. That can have rupture 3. That can have thorns. Hold on. Hold on. Thorns, 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 thorns. Right there. Increase your damage. Then we hit him with perfect. Matt Thorns. I don't have the resources to be doing this. I really don't. To properly do this. Oh, you know what I could put on here is CD. If I put CD on here, yeah. CD. It's not weapon mastery, there's a mastery slashing. When I say I don't have the resources for this right now, I don't. 200 million is fucking shit all when it comes to this. Mm. Yeah, well, that was almost a max cooldown, too. I may live with that. 7.8. Cooldown. Ultimate cooldown's already high enough. It's gonna be too annoying. Ugh. That's a good one, but I'll probably chances I'll find another one. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. Not good ones either. I mean, lunging strike heals like 55%. Like, hold on a sec. Oh, that's fucking ass. I'm never striking anything that's. Honestly, I'm never striking anything that's. Oh, God. Do I have a chance to brick that? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I at least got what I needed in the first. You fuckers. You literal fuckers. You know what? I'm gonna live with that one. You sons of a bitch. I mean, you can't really heal yourself with that other one. So if I can get cooldown on that, it'll be a lot better. But I have to get cooldown on that. But it seems very much the case right there. That's the obvious answer. But those, I swear, would be a better fit for that Shadow Necro. And I can't really recall the moment I get more. See, those are similar. So the thing about those are 105. I would turn my blight into fucking god tier shit. My blight becomes god tier at that point. That's a tough call, really. Because if I make it for this one, it means I have to find gauntlets. Those are replaceable. But then again, that build's entirely made around blight, corpse explosion, damage over time, so naturally that one's a better fit. Yeah, I have like a few. I mean, in reality, those would be better. Okay, so if I use those instead. DOT is good, but I mean, uh, yeah. I remember I said a lot of that shit takes intelligence. That shit takes a lot of intelligence, basically. That takes too much intelligence. Hmm. What is bullshit? Hmm. And Death Devils. I've thought about this, but that doesn't multiply, by the way. Nah, I'm saying I don't use Whirlwind, so no point. My Moonrise is 84. Moonrise is 84. Would be a lot better. Or Ultimate. Here is where the shit usually gets retarded. Really bad. What outburst, tough as nails. Berserking augments, brutes, and I don't care about hammer ancient size. No. It's quick size. Let's save. If I could save. Orange level effect. Come on. I guess tough as nails, right? I mean, you're talking outburst, right? Outburst is kind of good, but outburst is not. See, technically, outburst is good, but outburst is gained. It's 40% of maximum. It's you get 16 thorns, also 8 thorns for bonus, maximum life. So, I mean, 40, 60. But the fact alone, it's would be buried amongst the stuff. Bleed damage is damage to injured enemies. Slayer's finesse. Ugh, such shit. I don't like the. See, this is the part where it gets really annoying. Damage to injured enemies is up below 80%, is probably the right answer. Hi, Oliver. And that's a blanket multiplier. Not a good aspect. There's something when you try to roll these, they just don't come out well. Like, if you can get flat damage, sure. Sometimes flat damage helps. Like, that's a big deal. Flat damage is sometimes a lot better. I need to go the DR route. I'm gonna go that. I gotta go pull DR. Yeah, but if I had to pull a lot of armor in this board, I could. These boards have a shit. Like if I needed resistance, eh, probably. Because there's probably 100 armor in here. I don't. Hmm. Is that DR? It's impairment reduction, isn't it? That's impairment reduction. I never do. So I have 3 stacks. 99. I do not like that boss. Then again, I have no reason to step foot around that boss. Hmm. I have no reason if I don't need it. Story of the season. Yet I don't know what I'm gonna need with all this blood, okay? God. Like, I'm gonna need blood. No, I haven't used it. Hmm. DR wall. DR. Let's see. Damage reduction. Wall health. Like, if I have to pull armor, I can pull armor all day. Like, I think, like, this. Oh, I haven't pulled full damage. There's at least some full damage I need to pull from up here. Oh, no. There's There's vol damage I could pull up here if I had to. Hold on. Impairment reduction means the goal. There's about more impairment damage up here. Impairment damage is locked up there. Well, if I had to pull armor, it wouldn't be hard. There's armor here. It would just require me doing the board. So far, I'm not needing armor. I think everything I have is quote unquote. That's just dodge chance. See, if I had points to go fuck off on, I would go over here. Okay? I would go off into this territory. You would think I would. I mean, eventually I'll get enough and I could just go off into this. Like, this helps earthquakes and dust devils. But that's at the end of the day of not needed. What is a quickest route up here? Yeah. That's all of it. That's the quickest route. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like 8. 8 from there. Yep. 8. I have the willpower. Yep. Here. Hmm. Hmm. Like 99s. Either way, so you see, what could I use? Varshaw, not really. Fears as well. Fear is also something. I don't mind that Ulavar I don't really care for. I don't have to kill him that badly. I need more money than I need minerals from resources right now. See, buying that amulet was 2 billion. That's one of the last things I did before I got off last week. Hmm. Mm. Eh. What is it? Yes, 10. 10 can always be good for me. Here we go. Alright, there we can work something out. Hmm. So, DR, do I go up to the other? So, we can do the DR. See, I'm not sure. See, realistically, I'm good on armor. Moonrise is actually good for what I needed. Then I got to bang out the respect, so I'm gonna have to respec. It's gonna suck. I'm going to have to respec. I am not liking that one. Not at all. Vehement. No. So one. Ah, there's vehement. No, there is something I'm looking at buying though, for real. They say it's limited quantities, but dude, I can only imagine them. But actually, they have the limited edition. Like I could see it, the collector's edition for the collector's edition one for Expedition 33 with the monuments. It's the monument edition. Normally, I wouldn't even say that, but damn, it looks good there. In term, it's actually one of those games, but it's going to be limited quality. So I'm gonna have to respec. Hmm. I am not into that. But again, I don't know how much that Expedition 33 is. Like, how much it's going to be because it's the art book, it's the monument. It's more expensive. I think it's more expensive than the other. Like, I don't know. CE's right, but it's also. Yeah, I think it's like Frostpunk just announced. Looks like they just announced theirs too. So. Hmm. That might be the way. each time. And then you shove that there. So it's still ruptured. Yeah, that is still stupidly not good. Nope. Not good enough. We are 40 minutes. Overpowering a bleeding enemy. Clearly. Casting a cooldown grants you unhindered. That's like 9. It's like 9. What do I have that uses bludgeoning? So hammers use bludgeon. But what is my bludgeon though? Mm. Mm. Hamstrung is pretty good. Like, I don't think it matters. Like hamstrung is. Mm, it's okay. I don't know if you really have to slow them though. I'm not sure if that's the right call. See, a lot of this I gotta play with. Hmm. Mm. I mean, but theory crafting is the sounds like the easy part. I mean, this is really just Hammer of the Ancients plus bonus. Strength is looking good. Dex is slightly lower. Only dealing my critical strike damage is ass. 200% doesn't have nothing to write home about. My overpower damage is good. My vol damage seems better. This is by nowhere near the final build for this. What do I have that fortifies me? Anything it fortifies. Leap fortifies. That's double swing fortifies. But no, fortification has to deal with that. Frenzy. Oh, see, I'm not doing that. Because normally I would be on bash, not lunging strike. Ah, yes. Bash is an entirely separate. Bash is entirely separate. See, I'm not doing Berserker or nothing. But see, the Hammer of the Ancients one still. Yes. Yeah. At least what? I did one out of the 20%. Three. 20% chance. Using skill. 2 seconds. Fury Impulse. Oh, shit. What was it? 1200%? Is it like 1200%? Maybe like 1200% crits. Okay, in theory, that's 400% crits, alright? That's 400%. 1200%. So technically, that's a 1200. So a crit does that. Concussion doesn't sound good. $2% there, right? I mean, 1 and 1, right? I mean, okay. In theory, 20% chance of stunning. That's all unlucky hit. It's just CC. Do you need CC? And that's the question. Is not. And you should be spending so much fortify on this. You should, well, technically, you're be thankful your resource generation can be god tier, or else. Oh, I forgot this shit. Oh, I totally. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Overpower is indifferent. They changed it. I don't know. Furious or focused. That's part of the reason I need Outburst. So I can have like 3 extra points to go fuck around with. Kind of, I don't like paying for that. Fortification generation should not be an issue. Let me see. They did Furious. Yeah. That might make more sense because Furious is more consistent. Because the one into thick skin, clearly. Yep, that's the right. 3 into slaying strike. Don't go into counteroffensive. I guess. Because that's in passive, right? Because I already have that in passive. Heavy handed, brute force. Brute force, heavy handed, and then wallop. Yeah. 3. 3. You're not doing duelist. Not doing concussion. Oh, yes, you are. Fucking stupid people. Clearly. Yes. Uh-huh. Because that is the answer. 3, 3, and 3. I could do... No, that's an obvious one. Hmm. But then again, I'm saving a lot and not by doing shouts. So... But I don't need shouts for earthquakes, so... It's a thing. Because I'm actually already at that. See, in theory, crafting this, right? Because a lot of the ones are just cycling through shouts. They're not. And I'm way above where I need to be with Hammer of the Ancients, even by that build. Increase your... Do they use Warpath? I don't think they do. No. No. Like, you don't take advantage of your... I mean, I know why they don't do it. It's very much the case of you could do it, but they choose not to. Mm. You see, Warpath would be squeaking out the increased damage. That's kind of the point. Well, that's kind of the what you're going to do. You're not going with movement speed regardless. Because a lot of them spend more points here than go into here. I need to remember to get the one down here. So I have like two. And fortification should not be a problem. That means if I go up into vol damage, and if I ever change out this amulet, I should be good. I'll probably have more than enough armor, depending on how I spec it. Mm. Now let's see if theory works, becomes reality. I'm gonna need to take that 1 to 3. Hit freezing is annoying. Fucking that needs to press, really. What the hell of a combination is that? But yeah, no. theory crafting is where I spend most. I still play this game and I like this for that. At least the. I mean, occasionally they'll switch stuff up that we have to, but a lot of stuff you just gotta make things work for with what you can get. That's usually how it works. God, I forgot to do the other one. Oh god, I forgot to change out the talent on the other. Hmm. Okay. If it pops, it pops. I'll probably change it. Be curious if it does. If that bubble never pops, I'll be in good shape. It will tell me also I'm taking too much damage, but not at this tier, and maybe another. You see that ER helps a lot too. Really. That DR is helping more. Unfortunately, I'm running into the whole collision physics in a hallway. They'll die, and then you start seeing dead bodies, but sure. But the Mantle of Mountain Fury is a good role. Like, that is why I was... A lot of having multiplicative on the Earthquakes. That's... My strengths come from that. Like, all my strengths come from that Earthquake. Like, a lot of the... I mean, granted, every time you see Earthquakes now, this is pretty much what... They're not doing this exact. They do the shouts, nail the cooldowns. Then they go from there. So this is a CC variance, I guess. It's new. So this is CC variant edition of this crap. You got the ones that poison, you got those, you got the human people who cause fire on the ground that blind you. Staying healed, that's a good sign. They're all body blocking each other. That is so stupidly gay. I don't know why. Like, this happens a lot. Unless you have a way to just do it. It's like, this is what they do constantly, like, in small corridors in this game. Because there's a clearance in... in these walls there's like a clearance. So all of this shit takes longer. Open it. Not gonna work. Go fuck yourselves, yes. You know, and that's the weird part. Like, if you look at, like, builds, like, Hota built... You're just gonna annoy me this level. This is stupid pit runs. There's something to be said to have unhindered or unstoppable on your builds. Like, there is this thing. Unhindered, well, it's unstoppable on builds is usually a not a bad thing to you don't get stunned, but then again I never have that issue that much. Unholy fucking health. That is why I swear by that fucking barrier. Fucking stupid shit, dude. I really hate this game, dude. I do hate this game. At this rate builds are. Like, if I had this much invested in a build and it's not doing this damage, I know why people are dropping off. And I can tell you right now, it's like you can come in here overpowered and you can't do shit. Literally. Like, if I die in my own fucking dumb recognizant, There's a reason I swear by my goddamn my necromancer safety bubble, dude. There literally is. I really do. Dude, failing a pit's a fucking embarrassment to me. I'm sorry. That type of shit. Like, and I know it's partly the game as much as me. Because Mother's blessings are just pieces of shit. Mother's judgments are up there as just this tanky garbage that they don't die. Really, they are just obnoxious pieces of shit. Oh. They're literally just annoying pieces of fucking shit as enemies that they don't. Again, they're tankier than probably all get out. And then they have these effects that just obliterate you. Just out of nowhere. And a strange thing, it's like the only other class I have gravitated towards auto is Spiritborn. I mean, I don't mind the Barbarian, but the Barbarian is... Like, if you get crowd controlled or you just get suddenly obliterated with like 20,000 shit, just... Hmm. That's the thing, we don't feel powerful this season. That's the only thing about it. We don't have power this season. If we did, it's... Okay. See, a lot of the streamers haven't talked about it. Like, this scaling, yeah, whatever you did is, yes, you have accomplished what you set out to do. The devs did. They have made tier 4 pretty much impossible to enter and maintain yourself. Except for one build. Like, maybe. You got, like, 2 builds. Like, at the moment, right, there's only 2 Barbarian S builds, and one is the Earthquake build, which is basically Hota or the other one. Oh, that just got quietly nerfed in its sleep. Like, there's a reason why, like, I think Necro and Spiritborn both, I'm able to cheese things that I probably should die a lot in. That's usually where I have been for a while, because playstyle-wise, yeah. Like, you have, like, a rotation here, but bear in mind, you're the equivalent of a melee class in a bunch of hordes of enemies. And this isn't efficient enough for my blood. This is too slow. Again, too slow. If I can take a Shadow Necro, which is Blight with minions, and clear faster than this, something is wrong. And you can spam Hotas, you can spam Earthquakes. And I have seen this all season. It's annoyinger than hell. I'm not even ahead. I might need to change that one. I wonder if the difference is in the overpower. I wonder if that's a big difference. It's not going to clear. There was a reason I took off Barbarian for, like, the longest time. Dude, I just want to Alt F4 and get the fuck out of this place. Get me out of here, you piece of shit. Thank you. Oh, that's frustrating. Oh. I failed one pit and I failed another. Yeah, no, fuck this for the day. Fuck that. Any other day, I would just delete that character and say, fuck it. I don't even want to play that character again. That's how bad. I don't even want to play that fucking character again. That's just time wasted on a character. That's literally time wasted. Imagine. Imagine this. Retarded. Literally, imagine a goddamn fucking off meta. Let me tell you something. When an off meta, entirely Spiritborn can fucking, like, clear faster than a Hota Barbarian, you got something wrong. Okay? You got something very the fuck wrong. Okay? That's wrong in a meta. Good. I'm not even in the mode to play anymore. I'm not even in the mode to play. Jesus. Literally an off meta Spiritborn fucking kills faster than a Hota Earthquake Barbarian. Sad state in the game, I tell you. Like, that is bad. Literally. Dude, I don't even have fucking... The greatest part about this is I don't even have my mercs in this build. Just realized I don't even have mercs. Again. Oh. When I start getting that urge, I want to go play something else. It's not a good sign. There's a reason I say I enjoy pits more than certain stuff half the time. Mm. Hmm. I may just push forward with my quill volley. Honestly, I'll probably push forward with my quill volley. I don't think I've ever had my interest in a season go down this fast. I say this because I'm not feeling it. Like, it's just a lot of effort. It's a lot of effort for nothing. And that's been this season. It's honestly a lot of effort just for absolute nothing. It's just a lot of work to get up to being able to play somewhere, and you can't do anything. It's a lot. More akin is why I'm more akin to the other. It's just frustrating. I'll say this again. When an off meta, entirely an off meta build does better than an actual meta build, you gotta ask the question. Then again, this did get a buff to a degree, but no one plays Centipede. That's part of it. No one really plays Centipede. I mean, they kind of play, I think even Quill Volley changed out this season. Quill Volley used to be Jaguar and, Quill Volley actually used to be, like, Eagle and Jaguar. Or, like, Gorilla, basically. Now it's, like, basically Gorilla and Jaguar. Like, they literally switched out their skills. Dude, what the fuck did I put on this? I might need to change that. Oh, yeah, I need to change that for real. Yeah. No, I need Earthen Barrier. That's the room for it. Again, I don't like rogues. I mean, rogues are not my favorite. But see, the problem, like, in a nutshell, right? Like, I may go back and take the one that's an overpower. The overpower that might have been the difference. But, like, I swear I changed something. I don't know. See, the other thing I know I changed, it might go, instead of Furious, go into... I may need to go from Furious back to the other one. That might be the answer. Now, granted, dot damage with this build is still shit. That's just because all dot damage is hated by Blizzard. At some point, they will buff it, but dot damage doesn't do well. Yes. I think the only reason I'm able to half do anything is because my gloves are at 46. Frustrating. I gotta get more life on this character. It's too weak for tier 4. Like, that's a big deal. When I say there's not enough life, this character has 5,000 life. Nah, there ain't enough. Like a min 10,000. 8 or 10,000 by the end. If you aren't that, you're probably gonna be just... That's one random dot bubble away. Like, fuck right off. I don't like it. Yeah, it's always when I try to go work for other builds, man. Something's like that. It's like Double Centipede is good in the terms of what it is. But it's also in that Sork style build that's good, but it isn't good. Like it still has that Spiritborn problem where if it lags out and it suddenly fucks you over, you're going to be screwed. Yeah, like what the fuck just hit me? No idea. Some fucking Nurgle fat fuck just blew up. Probably. I think I just saw a Nurgle blight. Like the fuck. So apparently there was either a bloated corpse or something that blew up. Jesus. You know what you throw at a dot person just to fuck their entire day up? Throw them a walking health, like a health tank. This is what these things are. They're very contradictory to my build. This is so contradictory. It's like if you wish to counter it, because the thing has that much health. I'm gonna probably not do anything but Necro from Seasons Out. If it's gonna be like this, I won't do anything but Necro until whenever. Maybe Spiritborn and Necro. I hate saying that. I swear to God, everything else gets fucked over. Look, if I die once, I'm screwed. And there's a fucking Elias shit. There's the mother's, like, thing. Fight's going on too long, so problem that. You are poisoned beyond belief. Uh, I want to delete this character. No, I think I'm about to check out of this game in about the next week. I'm not happy with it. Time to kill on everything else, and no one can help. No one helps anybody anymore. My friend can barely clear his shit, and I've literally already done everything. Like, my friend's already struggling. I asked him to help me get my glyphs up so I could at least do something. I'm just wasting time on characters at this rate. I'm just wasting time. I hate saying that. The only reason this character is 21 hours in and as powerful as it is because I've been able to take the stuff from the main character earned and go over and get things for it. But I can't get this character off the ground. I haven't been able to get one of my tunes off the ground all season. Again, I mean, I'm just on the verge of deleting my barbarian, take everything off of it, delete my barbarian, and all of that. And not fuck with this character again. But if I'm just going to play Necro all season, I might as well not play either because I've already conquered everything. Except for the deep ends of the pits. This is the quandary with this game right now. Not just me, others have this. Because if I can't have a character play at tier 4, I'm not going to play the game at all. Just saying. I play this game for a power fantasy. Not to get my teeth kicked in constantly. If I do that, I'll go play something else. Like, I don't even want to see I don't want to see either of those characters. Because I should delete this character and fucking forget it exists. That's how bad this is today. And I give up on it and not really care about it. You know what's sad? And I had like the perfect setup on this character. With gear coming into this season. But I don't have the urge to play it. That's how bad it is. Because the last stuff I have to do are pits for glyphs. Then I can exist in tier 4. But, no, I'm not getting there. And the only thing that's worse than that is everyone that normally helps people is all doing something else. And I'm stuck with random people who can't play at all. Good job, Blizzard. Blizzard broke this game long before this season. I don't think I've ever had the urge. I've said this. I have shit that is best in slot, and I can't do a damn fucking thing. God. I gotta change that amulet when I go to the other. But watch, I'll switch to fucking Quill Volley. I can switch to Quill Volley. Fucking great. Here's the thing. Literally, Quill Volley. I know. Everybody. I know. You want to stay, but not a lot. Right now, I'm still gonna fucking listen to it. Frustrating. It's just frustrating. It's just frustrating to have a build that plays that you know is good that plays like shit. And you can't progress it because the game is garbage. Because watch, I can switch to fucking Quill Volley and at least clear 50s and get into tier 3. You know that? That's what's a fucking piece of shit. And I mean, the game's been at this for like 2 weeks. I mean, at least. Like, season wise, we're not really progressing. And it's kind of gotten that bad. So it's like I've wasted 21 hours trying to build a character that's not going anywhere. Jesus, I might as well go fucking stream and play Fallout 76 for the next 2 weeks. Or next week. Like, when devs are retarded, that is just the point. I mean, devs are fucking retardeder than hell, dude. Like, it goes beyond the pale of what they do. We have... It's the fact I could pull out my Necro, clear high-level content, no sweat, but I pull out something you want to have fun with. You can't even crack tier 3. as I've said, is much more they increase toughness in this game. It's just pointless. I mean, it's gotten to that point. It's quite honestly just gotten there. Like, it's not even at the point that if it made sense. We ask ourselves a lot of times, it's like, why do we play this game at this rate? I have no idea. Like, it's one of those things, like, why I won't ever touch, I don't ever want to touch, Helldivers. Because Helldivers, their devs hate their players. Bungie, same game. The devs turn around and decide to. They decide to go turn around and fuck over the players themselves. It's too easy, guys. All because of a bunch of Redditeers who literally bitch. They have nothing better to do than bitch at an actual forum. Sorry if it sounds like ranty, right? This is just the way the game is. They have nothing better to do than bitch to a forum that a game is too easy. But the reality of the game is no one can clear shit. Now, only 50% of players made it to tier 4 last season. 50%. Okay? 40 to 50%, roughly. Now you are down to tier 4. 25% of the player base can make tier 4. And if we want to go work on alternate characters, we might as well just stay 100% S meta that can have 5 quadrillion multipliers that we don't have any. Right. So unless you can physically stack a shit ton of multipliers, your build is fucked. Literally. Like, all you have to do is tell the state of the game in tier 4. Go to what is a populated area and look how empty it is from last season. Like, look. Okay? 1, 2, 3 players total. 3. Let's go 4, 5, 6. Now let's say what? Let's say maybe. Let's say maybe you got, is that 4? 4, 6. Conduct an experiment. I gotta come up here anyways and save a build. Now let's go over to the other. Now let's go over to the other major hub. Kyovashad. Let's go to Kyovashad. So there's barely 10 players up there. At the Tree of Whispers, there were three. One, two, three, four, five, six. So count that. That's about 16. Now, let's go over to the other major city. Let's see. It's not a hub, so very few people are going to be here. Nope. No one there. Let's go down to Ked Bardu. No, Ked Bardu. Let's go to Kursk. Kursk. There's a bot. One. Two. So where are we now? 18. 18 players. Besides myself. This is a US server. On a Friday at 9:30. $9:30 p.m. Now, let's conduct an exercise. Let's be generous and say there's 20-something players on this server. Let's hypothetically say. See, there's a couple of random. They're low levels. They have no right to be here. They're passing through being lifted. So, they don't count. I hate to be mean like that. Now, this is tier 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Quick head count. Quick head count. Basically, all you have to do. 18. Just quick count. Inky overshot. All Blizzard has to do is check this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That's 36. Now, I can tell you I don't have to go to other cities to already know you're going to have 4 times the number. Then that's in tier 2, tier 4. The frustration really bothers me. It just does. You can just tell it's a scaling of the actual game that got people. Like, I could easily go to down to 2. I would find about 3 to 4 more times the tier that's here. At least double. That is a bad scaling problem. There's no way someone is in tier 4 that is below a certain rank or in the stuff if they are not lifted or being carried, or they have the equipment. And it's really the sad state. I mean, I have nothing to accomplish left in this game. Not physically. I don't. My thing is, I don't care about enough about the. Like, physically, I don't care enough about the hit to stick around for like another 2 months. Like, I was going to give this game about a month. Then probably find something. And it's really sad because normally I like grinding for gear and finding it. And the downside is we have a lot of avenues for gear. Damn, you don't die at all. What the fuck? Die. Jesus. I think it's because Cinerat poisons. Yeah, Cinerat poisons. That's why Cinerat has a lot of health. Oh yeah, and by the way, there's gonna patch to increase Cinerat's health too. So you can have fun on that one. So hypothetically, you have everyone just either farming something. It's just a mess of a game. You're either playing a very strong meta, or you're doing something different. Like, I think it's because I've always just like, I mean, I like Spiritborn just because of the playstyle. That's always what I like. It's more or less, it's like you're a melee class, but you're not really a melee class. In a way. You're really that class that works like you're really the class that works the way hmm. You're not druid, but you have all this. Hmm. It's a majority the ability spam, but I like more about it. Because I've come through here and tears are just dead. I don't, I can't describe it. They're just dead. They're not like, and they should be active. Whatever they have done to the game as far as its scaling, oh yeah, it's screwed. It's hard to describe. It's something you have to see for yourself. The devs know, and the problem is we're looking at like, I think we're looking at close to, you're looking at probably seasonal fall off that will rival probably Destiny 2 at its worst. Like seasonal fall off is probably going to be pretty big, I think. At least from my view. And I've been playing this for, we're talking going on seasons. But like friends are playing together. That's if you either have to accept your character is going to be shit, you're never going to get out of a tier like this, or you're going to be grinding all season just through pits that you physically can play. It sounds weird. It literally sounds weird. That's the plan. I don't know if that was part of their plan, but it seems I've been thinking like for about a couple of weeks. I'm like, I look at what it's taking to grind up glyphs. That is what's killing the end game. Glyphs make or break a character. Glyphs literally will just do that. Now, the question ultimately where we are going to be at is, I want to say like the glyphs. See, this, you cannot penalize people who want to advance. Like, I have nothing utterly against people who want to come up to tier 4 for better gear to get carried, then learn the game. That's a little bit different of a system. Sure, if you want to go into a open world encounter and get smashed, sure. Talking to a person who's existed in tier 4 since, what, 4 days of the game? 4 days of the season? Like, even about 5 days? Before the week was out, I was already in tier 4. And I've just been stuck there since whenever. Because at this point, I don't need gear, I need glyphs. Yeah, I'm literally done with every other character but Necro this season. I'm done with it. And you know what's gonna happen? People are gonna go, I'm gonna help you out in about a couple of weeks. No, where were you about 3 weeks ago? Where were you 2 weeks ago? I'm just done. I'm wasting time on a character that isn't going anywhere. I'm gonna delete my barbarian and I'm just gonna delete these. I don't give a fuck anymore. You know, the honest thing would be just to switch to Quill Volley. But Quill Volley isn't even A this season. Quill Volley isn't even A. Okay? Just to give you an idea. So, on the season, I say this. Okay, Quill Volley is the only A build right now. Okay? Quill Volley's the only A. Everything else is B. That will tell you how bad the season is for a character. Barbarians have two. Barbarians have two S ranks. Okay? Barbarians have two S ranks. Minion Barb and Earthquake Barb. They have two A tier ranks. Mighty Throw and Whirlwind EQ. Which really, I mean, if you want the thing is, Whirlwind Barbarian went down and it's just Earthquake Barbarian. Now, what they call Rupture Barb or Death Blow went up from C to B. That Barbarian build should be in between should be an A plus. Based on this chart. Right there. Now, if you go into Sorks, let's go into Druids. Druids, I haven't seen many this season. They got one S rank, and that's Cataclysm. They got 4 A ranks. Companion, Shred, and Boulder. But when I look around, I don't see many Druids. Now, Rogues, lot on the season, yes. Death Trap Rogues. Rain of Arrows went down from S tier to A tier. And Twisting Blades is A. Those are what you see in tier 4. Sork. Now, Sork has 3 S tiers. There's an Infernal Sork, a Frozen Orb Sork, and a Lightning Spear. But here's the funny thing about this. They do have some A rank, but they're around exotics or talents. Let's see, what's on Inferno Sork? Inferno Sork. Inferno Sork is the one I'm seeing run around with Familiar and... So it's a Firewall Sork. It's what it is. Yeah, Firewall Sork with Incinerate. But that's basically ad cleave. So we are effectively at a class of... You only have 3 classes that can compete and get into tier 4. Oh, yeah. 3 classes of the 6 that are able to maintain themselves. That's a hell of a game, and that is getting old. I want to say I'm told you so because I said this at the end of last season, or what I saw in notes. Hmm. I mean, the fact alone, you have to pigeonhole your build into something that's. I'm not really complaining, right? It's like, but realistically, right? You're talking to a person who's done 300 at least twice. On average, in the Paragon system, hit their characters at 250 plus. I have actually played this game since launch. I have tested, like, initially, I tested all the classes. I could find out what classes were going to be good in the long term and which were going to be bad. And so far, I've been correct on them. They have a soft spot on relics, I mean, on mythics, basically. We are soft blocked on mythics currently. We can't exactly just, like. So we can't just go in and actually, why is that not the case of. Tell you I haven't been on this character in a while. It's not the talent that I need. Oh, that's not the one that I need. Mm, that should help out some. Prudent Heart should help out survivability. But yes, basically we have to either A, abuse to be honest, it's about the most upside down meta I have ever seen. Currently, this season is about the biggest upside down meta I have seen. Like, Necros and Bloodwave have not been touched. In theory, but he is but the time wasted by people trying to build stuff has been pretty bad. I mean, technically, I need to tighten up the build slightly because I was running around without 2. Like, technically, that's not what should be there. But frustration still stands. you know. And I don't have the abducite to redo this. Hmm. Minds, man. What do I need to put on that one? I mean, deflecting barrier, avoidance, not really good. None of the centipede ones are good either. I mean, it's the issue. Centipede doesn't have, like, I think what it is when you actually look at a lot of, it just doesn't work. See, Centipede has that problem that, what is it? It's all tied into, like, damage over time. Now, there is something I can do. I don't think it's... You don't know that. You deal 20x increased damage over time to enemies for each different creature that they're affected with. Creeping Death. That is actually probably really good. Endless Talons do not help me at all. Infestation is cute and adorable, but it's ass, okay? Clearly. Stinger spawns a pestilent storm. Maybe. Yeah, that one needs to be on an amulet. Yeah, that needs to go here. That might need to go there. That one needs to go there. Because the difference between Quill Volley is if you look at everything that uses Quill Volley, so rebounding aspect, right? So rebounding aspect is used. No, that wouldn't work. Creeping, that doesn't work at all, does it? See, rebounding aspect, right? Is just different. Like, that just doesn't work. Mobility assistant, right? Shared misery. Soil. Oh yeah, that's a new one. Soar is a good Soar has a version that I'm halfway tempted to try this season. I have no faith in it to be good. Because I did do an eagle soar before. It was actually fun, and it actually did a lot of damage. That's partly what the evade one is based upon. Yeah, see, the empowering feathers is the one. Hmm. Now, there is a way I can squeak out more damage, but see, I don't know. If I put conceited there, you know, today is not my day today. It's not my day at all. It is not my day. Yeah, no, this isn't my day today. I'm either getting screwed over by something random or something decides to restart my computer. Yes. Back to my point. Well, I mean, I don't think I really need I don't think I need Moonrise on that one. I mean, Moonrise is nice on Centipede, but I don't think I need it. Unless, you know what it is? What? Well, actually, I take that back. Part of the magic of having Moonrise also, it combos with it combos with Rod. I mean, Rod is Rod is basically like my thing. So I don't know if I stick that there or I stick the other. I mean, you're talking conceited. I mean, conceited is. Look, the only thing that would give me bonus damage inherently would be, what do they say? Unconceited would be the aspect of creeping death, but I would have to find a way to have multiple things. I'm thinking, though, that is not the greatest. I don't think I solved that before because the Mystic Circle doesn't work. But then again, everything I have is tied into damage over time, so I'm fucked if anything is an endurance race. It hasn't changed, I'm still frustrated. And of course they're gonna do maintenance. Probably to fix shit someone, they're doing something to fix something that something broke. Do I have enough to do Quill Volley? That's the question. Because Quill Volley's a different setup. I can get the base for Quill Volley done, but I can't do the other. I have to go to my Necro and just fucking grind out New Sight till I'm blue in the face. Because that chest piece and that goes there. What it is. Vortex size. But you also need a ring with exploding, with the Quill Volleys that explode as well. But I'm assuming I'm gonna have enough in armor. It's like an armor without that amulet. It still frustrates me. Now I'll give Quill Volley a try before I nuke this character. Then forget Spiritborn exists for the rest of the season. I've just never had a game that has sucked my joy to play the game out of it. Ever. That's bad. That's acceptable. I mean, that's acceptable. Right? I'd lower it 12%. I mean, 12% is acceptable. What is it? Bastion. Hey, but what happens when you don't have Shroud of False Death? Okay. Got an idea, anybody? What happens when you don't? Don't tell me. Think about that one for a second. Which one is resilient under? What is resilient under? No, resilient would be under. So you're supposed to have armor on the amulet. No. You're supposed to have armor on the amulets, at least according to them, but that wasn't the guide a season ago. Or 2 seasons ago, even. Because they never changed. Not gonna work. And that's where I'm gonna get screwed on rolls. Fuck right off, thank you. Okay, last roll of the first one. Yeah, about that. I shit you not. Ring of Midnight Sun. Go. And the thing is, they're fucking around in the middle of the season. Which is not helping us at all, okay? They're not helping it. That is not helping the situation of people. In fact, I believe it's just making it worse. In my opinion. They're not making it. It's making it worse. Because I think a lot of it is just... See, Soar uses that, right? So the thing about the evade... So the thing about the evade, what was it? So about evade Spiritborn was functioning on the concept. You use Soar, you use that. But what's really is that's the variant of that one. PD. Five. Attack speed, min life, and dex. Thing is, I don't have the gear for it. Still missing the gauntlets. I want to use this, but I don't know. Like, look, on paper, this looks retarded. Like, Sunbird's gorgeous. Reads really well. Because it hits all of the one spots where, so what is it? Portent, Furnace. So you hit Portent, Furnace, Portent. Somewhere I know where all these things are. Oh, that's Vehemence. Portent. No, Portent. No, that's Fueled. No. So hold on. So if you equip it, gives the idea, like on paper, it's really good. Like, I just wish there was a way to use it that you not suck. Velocity, vigorous. Yeah, so potent furnace goes here. I think it gives, and then gives 2 into acceleration. Which, I mean, in theory, that should be a really good one. I mean, someone's going to find a way to break it. You need one with a really good aspect, though. That one's kind of blue. It's a little low and it's 2-star, though. That one's low and it's 2-star. It's very much the case of high in the movement speed, low in the other part. I mean, in reality, that's a better one than that one. But as I say, it's a neat concept because it basically bumps your passives up. I have this. I've had this for a while. I have that one too. That's the thing, I have this one. But yeah, as I said, part of that is life. It's not a good one. Like, see, that one's good for this. Like, it initially was on rolled on intelligence. But I mean, what's funny is that's rolled in all the right places. in fact. That is rolled correctly in all the right places. Actually. And I have that, but... See, I don't... See, the problem with this build, eventually, towards the end, is you need armor and you need the other stuff. It's like, I like these. These pants have light for a while, but there's just no way to make use of them. That be halfway tempted to. Just frustrated. It's just annoying to waste time on the... It's just very annoying to waste time on the build and it just go to hell in a handbasket. Honestly. See... Technically, you're supposed to use vortex size, but that's one thing. Yeah. We're supposed to use vortex size, and because, well, technically use vortex and then others. Centipede uses vortex size as well. Supposed to. There's a version of its Touch of Death that I use. I mean, you're supposed to, but the... Sure. Good. Did you get it, Val? I'll accept that. Almost good. Basic. But the thing, this whole build functions on, the idea you have a rod. So, in every aspect. Like, well, ideally, you're getting quill volley ranks plus. So if it's a core, right? What's funny is if it's a core, it will be actually more. The only reason is those are weird. Those were just badly rolled. Like, you can live with a really bad, like, rank roll, I would say. I'm gonna come up with armor rank and how did I do that one? That's just weird. Like, how the hell do you expect dodge chance? Well, fuck. My good ones. I'll be honest, I haven't got. The reason I went centipede first was I didn't get my quill volley shit. I was like, it would suffice. I'll get my quill volley stuff later on before I'll get annoyed. Oh yeah, no. What's funny is, ideally, that's better. And what's scary about that? That one's better than anything. That one would probably be better than that. If, and I say if, I could get my CHC to, like, roughly, like, if I can get my CHC to I have to get my CHC to, like, 30 or so. Like, my CHC has to get really high. Like, if my CHC was roughly, I would put somewhere within 33%, 40%. Oh, hell, that thing would be busted. Right? Thing would be just stupid otherwise. The only thing that's missing is life. Hmm. See, I have pants everywhere, but I don't have anything else. I couldn't get anything. Like, that's what was the weird part. I need Fist of Fate either. Holes from the other one are shit. So I'm not sure, actually. See, the problem is, fuck. Sakes. If I had Belial material, this wouldn't be an issue. Let's see how much armor I can squeak out of my own. I mean, if I can, see if I can squeak out armor, yeah. I gotta squeak out resistances too. I gotta squeak out a resistance or two as well. I mean, those are pretty bad resistances at this level. 70. Let's see. Oh, fuck, I have missed 2 world bosses today. Trying to fix the shit. Jesus. My characters. I hate that too. No, and I got to 1. Oh, I'm gonna go do something. No. It's more frustrating. What the fuck is this mess? What is this board? Again, can we get path players out of this game? He has 278. I guess it's like 254, right? Bro, builds like a fucking, like... Dude, builds like... Literally just builds. I can't even imagine. Like, who does this pathing? No. Nah. What the fuck does this pathing? Okay. Hunting, really? Hunting. Now, you wonder why. Fuck Jesus. You really do wonder why people don't have... Look, I don't... They wonder why Spiritborn is like on the down end of the fucking shit this season. I wonder why somebody takes the world's worst shit and just does it. Oh, yeah, no intelligence. Yeah, we're gonna stick Kenny there. Now let's just... bear in mind, Widju was largely a, what did you have? He was largely a path player before he came into this game. So, and half the time proceeded to bitch about how broken it is. Or how unplayable it is. Which he does on a periodic occasion. Then he'll occasionally spit out a very good build, and then other builds I gotta ask why they're this bad. Other builds I'll just understand why they're this bad and trash. Because, sure, you gotta, like, understand. But you gotta start somewhere. You start somewhere, and then you just go from there. Like, literally, this is the board, the way the board spits it out. What does he put up here? Talent? Okay, so talent, yeah. Oh. Hey. Follow his... Yes. Whatever he's doing. See, what he's doing is he's not picking house up. Because this is just shit I watch. I'm going to modify it slightly, and it's going to be about that. So I know where this board has to go. Like, what? Okay, why at 278 do you barely come over here? Let me say this. Like, this, how he has this board designed. Like, if I showed basically what it is leading up, and I have enough points just to do it. I have enough boards at the base design 278 to do this. But he's going to skip all of these. So we'll say he's a retard. Politely. So, sometimes a man needs to stay off builds he doesn't know how to build. Just saying. And what's funny is, he puts talent. So he puts talent here. Yeah, there's a reason that I would use something else. A lot of my stuff I figured out, like, how to build, turned better. He's his spirit. Like, a lot of this, like, it's very different. Like, I don't even think he bothered to rotate these boards. Like, he didn't bother to rotate. This will tell you that that's just the way it just comes in. I can already tell you I'm gonna hate this build. I'm gonna have to yank it out right out from underneath it. Shit. I can already tell you. This is the only one for Season 8. I'm going to trust the stupid-ass streamer that he might have a right idea. As half the time he's fucking around in hardcore and being a dipshit. I say that because, look, Diablo streamers sometimes are not the best. At least he's what we got. In some of his designs. In some of his designs, he's good in theory crafting, I will give him that. But this pathing looks awful. If it looks bad, you have an idea. Like, I'm not going to take this other vol node, right? I'm not going to take this other vol node right next to it. But I am going to take this route. But I'm going to go lucky hit for some reason. Which I don't even think on my other character I've done that. What did you put here? Spirit? Spirit. Yeah. No. I'm probably gonna wind up yanking the shit out of here. Every bit of it. I'll probably wind up doing that. And what's funny is he goes into sapping. Sapping, I don't... Like, okay. That may have been the one I'm thinking of. So sapping is a weird one. Sapping works because, well, actually you don't use bitter medicine. Actually. Bitter medicine is a different... He literally does. What the absolute fuck? I shit you not. He literally just takes every bit of the board and just goes down there to... It is all the same board. Jesus H. Christ. I have revenge. At least I think I do. Ritual, yeah. See, he designed this like he designed... Like, I would love to see his path trees. Jesus Christ. Like, whatever this is, I wouldn't use it. And I'm curious with the way I have it, how much shit I am absolutely missing. Now, I'm probably, as I say, I'm going to tear this down and rebuild it. Oh, I will, and I will, find the issue. So this is like the base at 278. I don't like to... Tell me someone has never built a spirit born before. Like, okay, tell me someone's never ever built a spirit born before. And I can kind of point out to you how. I know. Okay. These are kind of useless nodes. Air resource generation. Theoretically, it's meant to work off. It's meant to work off of the. It's meant to work off Rod's bonus. But it doesn't. I'm at least gonna get to that world. I still miss the world boss. I'm gonna make a world boss today at all. Fuck this game, dude. Literally. Wasting my time. Wasting my bloody ass time. Of course I'm going to die. It's wandering death. Jesus. I'm... Again, I'm going to reiterate. I'm at the point in this game, I don't want to play it anymore. And I'm pre the 30 days. I have everything achieved except deep pits. And I have no urge to pursue it. I have no urge to pursue deep pits. I just don't. Again, people aren't, the community's not there, friends lists aren't on, and I am already burnt out. And that's weird for me, actually, to be burnt out this quick. Very weird. I just want nothing to do with the game. Physically. See, Division left a very sour taste in my mouth the other day. And this game is beginning to do the same. So it might disappear from my rotation for about 2 months. Till the fucking end of the season. So if I don't stream this again, you will know why. This game is not where it needs to be, and you've gone beyond gatekeep. They've burnt out all creativity. And these people are taking too long to kill this damn thing. As long as I get my cash, I don't give up. I say this with all nice. I don't even know how I'm gonna get this fucking bill. Please tell me you're at least smart and you take shit. That is the perk of the two different boards. Without that, you should be able to get more. $3,000 life don't last long here. Nah, I'm just burnt out. Like, I can just... I'm going to mark my words, I'm going to try Quill Volley. If Quill Volley is hitting like shit, I'll delete this character and honestly forget I ever built it. That is just the way I am. And then I'm probably going to delete my Barbarian for the season. Because if that Barbarian can't crack shit, my Spiritborn can't crack it, it's done. And then my last act in the season is going to be to pit push and get my, see if I can, in my pastime, get my stuff to 100. And then fuck off for 2 months. That's the game plan. Unfortunately. I hate to say that. You can thank Blizzard for that. You don't block player progression as bad as you've blocked it. And I don't have any enjoyment left in the game. And on average, I'll actually build about 3 characters in the season. Because this game, I can't describe it. Like, a world boss should not take that long to kill. At 4. And I would say largely, this is soon, those are 194s that have at least 45s in there. They're ones. That's what they have. It's just misery. A lot of this is just sheer misery at this level. And I hate to say that. Fortunately. Mm. If it sounds like no, turning to a thing. Like I have actually, in my off time, I'm not streaming this. I play this off stream, and I play this in my pastime when I'm not. You don't get to 120 something hours on a character doing nothing. That's not sitting idle. That is me going through gear in the process, too. Fortunately, those will be the ones. I mean, I gotta say something is off. I mean, you're supposed to have vortex generation, which color me odd, color me weird. I just don't think that's viable. Vortex generation makes 0 sense in the terms of this build. I mean, like, why do you leave vol damage? And this is assuming, right? I don't have this. Does he go down to skillful? That one. Yeah, he's at least wise, and he goes down to skillful. Explain to me. Look, I'll explain why I sometimes say he can't build worth a fucking damn, by the way. He's he's supposed to be a path player, right? Give or take. He says he's a path player, and he's a famous path player and hardcore player, and does this. Look how much non-physical damage he is leaving on the table. One, two. This is a 278. Right. It's about 278. One, two, three, four, five, and six. Which are additive. Now, hypothetically, additive. Now, generally, this board is always, I'm not saying the same. Usually, every board, Spiritborn board, is about the same here in this one. Now, I would say, I don't know why he doesn't do Minna or do like, okay, bumping rare boards is about fine. but he's not using Mina. Okay? Hubris would be really good. Like, I can guarantee you, which I probably should go into my other board and put level Hubris and level the other one, which would be Hubris and level that to get that to where it needs to be. Hubris empowers all magic nodes. Now he focuses on one stat versus taking something that's like that can you can stick it somewhere and get like Mina, right? Like, here's the thing. You're leaving damage on the board off your board by not using Mina. That's a multiplier. Fucking retarded, I tell you. Honestly, I tell some people. They don't. And it's something about it. I don't know why. Oh, and he forgot a damage node right down here. Oh, and this scales on damage, right? He forgot this. So, hypothetically, right? He forgot that to go there. Now, I'm already going to hate this build. Like, I don't think he's updated this build by any section. Like, you're not using this. Let's assume, right? We're updating Quill Volley. Quill Volley. Okay. Quill Volley has to be a fit. What makes this build really tick, it's like getting Quill Volley to again, I kind of like look at it. It's like asking Bricky to for things. Like, some people just don't do good builds. Yeah. So here, okay, untrained power right now. Balanced exertion. Balanced exertion is 3. Down to 2, which is in follow through. Which I'm assuming that's he uses that because it's a multiplicative. Alright, so the idea being a multiplicative. How does he make the right one? Generally, he makes the right choice in the term of, or I think, like, and reinforced, adapted, enhanced, and reinforced. Reinforced, yes. Fucking. Hmm. Actually, I need to check something. There's another site that's actually decent. Hmm. Barshan. Weakness flow on bosses. Easy push with limited gear. Yeah, this is the one. But see, Storm Feather got changed. Poison Quill. Really? Poison Quill. He uses Vortex. Jeez Louise.
this video until now, and also hit the notification bell so quill volley projectile you're gonna do. And because we have so many projectiles, we're gonna proc this so often, and it is so OP. And right now it kind of seems that every single of the Varshan life steal
I'll probably work with it. I think I see what they're going for. Well, I'm looked at it. Yeah, you're using Varshan lifesteal. There's literally shit kept afloat just by really abusive powers this season. I hate to say it. There is shit just kept alive by that. Huh? Prodigy's Temple. Like, what the fuck is this? No. Quill volleys there. You don't use counterattack, as counterattack is passive. I don't know. Vortex. Not gonna lie, this always has the weirdest rotation once you start looking at it. Like the rotation for this makes zero sense. Figure out how he actually did it. 4 is always the ult. I know that much. Yeah. Like rake? Oh, I don't have rake by nature. No, I have rake by the other one. So like here, here, then here. Or you go here, pull in this, that, and then do that. Which makes more sense. Oh boy. There has to be some logic to this. We need gorilla skills. Oh yeah, there has to be something to this. Like, either you're leaving a lot of damage on the table or you're leaving gear. Like, don't get me wrong. It's borderline nuts. If season 8 Figure by moving clearly. And of course, he's using Yin's blessing. That's what is it? Yin's blessing. Clearly. Okay. What does he take as extra points? Rayhar. Of course you use Rayhar because you can't. Really, you went all the way down into here. So what is that? The other? So you went into supremacy. Actually, one of the funniest things about sustainability, if you ever get into Spiritborn has a massive sustainability, but part of it is getting down into here. Maybe like put one point into here and go down into here. You should stay healed. It's where I have to go look back in the centipede and find it. Because, like, you don't need this one, and you don't really need this one. Because, like, in theory, it has him. He goes down, like, thinking stat-wise this way. And this only goes off every 37 seconds. Yeah, he forgets that. Uh-huh. I see what he's doing. He fell for the trap of basically. Now this got a big buff prior to the season. I mean, see that has a cooldown though, so give or take. That usually recasts. Which is kind of weird that they don't have any in the Jaguar section of. But I would not go this. Assuming, right, one's either focus or potency, right? Was that core potency? But what he's doing is he also is leaving like um he's also basically just leaving a massive amount of vulnerable damage on the table. Like vulnerable damage is actually a very secret stat. I don't know. Does that actually stack? If that actually does, that would be interesting. Do you cast potency still? not. Because this build does not use potency skills. It's one of the few that does not use potency skills. I don't know. I think vortex size, right? Such a strange one too. And it always fucks you over on vortex for some reason. I'm not sure. I'm like on a lot of the alt builds this season. It's been kinda hit or miss. Because a lot of the builds aren't they're not really doing what they should be doing. Like if they're doing perfectly, no. Like half the stuff like you're it's frustrating. Like I don't like it. It's like but also today my day started off like shit because I had to call my ISP because they're being pieces of shit. Apparently. I mean, well, we can't figure out why your internet's connecting. I'm like, yeah, no. You're gonna tell me you don't. Honestly, I would take about Minna and I would take the other thing and figure it out. These builds feels good compared to other mini builds. Oh, I should probably change the one talent. I should change the one that explodes. That they go further and they explode. It's one that you always need. You have to use you actually this is the build that goes off of attack speed. 100%. So, in his initial build, he leaves the non-physical damage off. Like, literally not even in the build. You're gonna go do that. Because that's kind of silly. In terms of it. Willing to provide, huh? I'm not gonna like Revenge. Some of these I may switch out just because. Like, I do believe Minna needs to be in here as well as Hubris. Both Hubris and Minna need to be in here. Hubris and what the hell? That's good creators. Wow. I think the secret is always say you fucking hate the game, and eventually something in its RNG might line up and actually give you something. Those are perfect. So, how many rolls are they going to take, by the way? That's the question. But this about happens every time. Because we're going to give you what you want. Then turn around and fuck you horribly down the line. It's actually how it works, unfortunately. I don't think I've ever had it happen. I mean, this season has been literally a build looks good in practice and then turns around looking like shit within the next about week you try it. Dude, I'm afraid to roll those things. I am afraid to roll those. Man. I have like one more chance out of 4. Hmm. Hmm. I'll leave it. Jesus, you pieces of shit. Oh, remind me. Ah, do that. Mm. Moonrise. I think at least this will survive. Like, I do. Barbarian, I have no clue. Like, Barbarian, yeah, like, that build is fucked in half. I have no idea. I may switch out. I may check and see. Kinda see why, like you're really just a collection of cooldown. Like, that's one thing about Quill Volley. Quill Volley is ability spam maxed with just a bunch of cooldown abilities. And made possible by the rod to make it free. And then, obviously, oh, I need to change my powers though. Though it is funny. I don't know if these are the powers I need. It's hilarious that it is. Like, in a leveling build, this is, like, really good. Now, in an in-game state, I'm not sure. Now, give or take a season or two ago, barring you have a good rod, you are in good shape. And either you need Yen's Blessing, or you need Ragnar's Waits. One of the two. It's a mess, though. Technically, you can duplicate a lot of builds from season to season, but you have to reduplicate these builds like you're found, and that's not always the same. As much as it's unlike Eternal that you do. There was a different flavor to all these characters at the end. I still hate the idea that a tier, an S tier character just goes down like dumpster fires, but like yeah, no, this is like playing Bloodwave Necro in the way. Like it's good, don't get me wrong. Like Bloodwave Necro is strong, but oh my god, it is a one-trick pony, and that's like here. No, after a while, you're about as closest as I'll get to wanting to play Warframe. Lag out everybody else and just spam an ability. There you go. Simple as fucking pie. Easy as pie. Not as hard. Look, leveling right couldn't be this bad. Now, here's the problem with Quill Volley. Now, Quill Volley has a really nasty tendency. You're at the end of the day because they nerfed. They actually nerfed. They nerfed Raw down to like it used to be up to 3%. Now it's just down to like 1% max. So like a third. So it's down to about a third of what it was. But Spiritborn still have power. Now, they say this. A lot of them just, how get it out of the build. But bear in mind, it's still tiring. That is a mouse spam basic attack. That is what you do. That is the nature of your class that utterly is just. It becomes your existence more ways than one, trying to figure it. It's very much a. Yep. I'll keep it up this way, see if I like it. The adapted versus the other. I mean, I might have to. Hurts my feet. This hurts my hand after a while. This is way too clicky. Hurts my mouse hand at least. Like, to make full advantage of this is you're just hitting the attack feature over and over. It's different than ability spam by far. Now, what's different I notice about they went gorilla versus they went. Now the Soar uses like Jag and Eagle and Jag. Now there is a Storm Feather variant that floats around has been floating around this season. I've seen it, And I actually think I can do it. Because there is a variant with soar. And it's using evade and soar with it. And it's a very different build. But your damage increase, but it's an eagle aspect. Is what it is. It's basically an eagle aspect where one top is eagle and then you're using, I want to say it's not seeker, but you're making use of storm feathers. It's what it is. And then your damage, because let's say you use soar, I think it's in brilliance, brilliance, where you get bonus damage. But a lot of its bonus damage comes from having high movement speed. So, funny, it's a fun build, don't get me wrong. I did try it. Evade, but you have to have a lot of evades. And soar is just the weirdest evade known to man. Soar can sometimes fuck you up. Soar basically drops you down. It's such a weird one because um. Okay, you can use soar, but to actually take full advantage of it, because it's an Eagle Jaguar build. But see, these builds benefit more from Yin's Blessing. Yin's Blessing is basically because you're all cool. You're basically like one attack that you spam repeatedly with cooldowns. That's all it is. One of those. It's a good build, don't get me wrong. This is the build when Vessel of Hatred came out that, like, you're talking the power in this build is still there. I mean, they would have to entirely knock Spiritborn down to, I mean, roughly go in and rework the multipliers. Now, I think if they actually destroyed Rod or they did something, you could probably. But then again, Spiritborn are nothing without their uniques. Spiritborns are nothing. And that's the thing. Like, okay, let's say this. Sorcerers are nothing without their uniques as well. It's hard to describe, like, with this. I'm not sure about. I'm not the biggest fan. Like, I know this has power, but the problem is, does it scale up? Which, that's the question. God. Jesus. You do the StarCraft player move later. That's the thing. You do the StarCraft player move bullshit later. I don't like it. Because this build runs on clicks per minute, basically. It's kind of what your build kind of resolves around. It's just a bunch of clicks per minute and right clicks or left clicks, depending on how you want to make it easier for yourself. Do you want to kill a number key or do you want to kill your mouse right thing, right click? And then break the attack frames. That's kind of the way it works. Its weaknesses in bosses. You lose damage on the end of the bosses, basically. But getting those gauntlets helped. It staves off this character's destruction by, like, I would say, give or take a bit. I mean, I think it's just like once I get, like, my glyphs up. Jesus, if I could get past glyphs, oh god, I'd be a lot better. Just don't like, really. You were good. I mean, but every build is about gear dependent, but role dependent, like, you need, like, certain stuff to fall into place for this build. But, like, once you get it into place, oh, hell, that is one of the, is probably one of the funner clear builds. But it is also a build that scales up. Like, it is an easy build to take into a tier you don't belong in and start doing work. You can survive. I don't know how much damage you will actually physically do, but it is a build that it is a build similar to Bloodwave Necro or Shadow Necro in the turn of you can scale up your damage even without masterwork. Now, does the in-game build need a rod? Hell yes. Rod is what makes Will Volley spam work. Without it, it's kind of actually what makes Double Centipede work. Now, you can use a Washipak, Washipoks, which are similar. Yeah. But you're not spamming like this. No. But then again, over there, it's like... And also, the fun part about this build, you don't have the wall restriction. The wall restriction is a no. You don't have to fuck with that. Like, shadow damage will go through walls. Except for Blood Wave. Lights can go through walls. Ugh. See, I got about 4 days free before the expansion on Division 2. But a lot of the groundwork for this character was laid by my other character. Now, do I need to get stuff for... Do I need a mountain full of Adusite? Hell yes. But do I need the other parts for this? Really? I'm in a wall, aren't I? I'm in a wall. Level, just... Jesus. What the fuck? I hit a dead end. The fuck? I ran out of ads. What the hell? Okay, that's funny. I ran out of ads. I'm like, this is gonna be Den Mother or a Tomb King. Tomb Stalker. Yeah, Tomb Lord. Oh, sorry, Tomb Lord of that. That's one of the two. It's the only thing I've ever seen in these. Right off. You want to like hide? I like how they give you a glaive, ancestral glaive, but you never use it. Never. It's not gonna be something you ever wind up using. So far, so good. I just gotta get its glyphs into place. I gotta get its glyphs leveled up. Honestly, this will be the last shot I give Spiritborn. Like, if this flops at, like, tier 4, and it's like a slog, yeah, I'm not gonna be happy. I will discard this class in about a heartbeat. Again, and I will touch nothing but Necro until they fix the game. Season. I think Necro's the only thing I know that has been able to go above and beyond in some capacity or another that can somehow do it. Everything else either has to use an exploit or something. But it's about the stalest gameplay. It's either that or I'll just play every single season and just max out and not give a fuck about any other class. And I hate saying it. Like, I like exploring and building characters. You know? It's like Sacred 2. I built a character of almost every type of that game over its period. You go, well, what can you do? What can this class do? You just say, fuck it, and you do it. Yeah, like, it's kind of how it works. Or you're... Oh, this is not a good build on latency. Just for the record. It is shit on latency. This build on latency will... You can just watch your latency rise. Oh, Jesus. Oh, it's so annoying to do. Honestly, if there was the other alternatives, it's... Why? You know what I might do? In my spare time, of course. I have no idea. I have single-player games I gotta finish. But, I do have to work on this. Like, this month has been bad. Like, I am just now catching up on, like, things either. And I'm still behind. But I need 3 solid characters in this game. And this has been pissing me off. It's not like I'm not going to ever play a season. I'll just fuck off in a season. And, I mean, at the same time, in about 2 weeks, I have to... 14 days? I have to go catch up in ZZZ. So, I'm tired. So... I just do not like wasting time in this game. I don't like wasting time in any game that does not respect my time. Like, if a game fucks me over to fuck me over, yeah, I will not play that. I will do the bare minimum. Like, I knew the Division season was going to be shit. Like, I knew it. I absolutely knew it. They don't have anything. And they already said they're going to do a DLC. Outside of the seasonal exotics, meh. I'm not going to lie. There's nothing over there. At least for me. It's dumb. Like, the only thing that keeps E4 alive is the actual ability to do builds, not be constantly challenged into oblivion. The moment you start the player versus dev mentality, or the dev versus player mentality, you might as well start killing your game. Take your game offline. You're never... Okay, technically, they did balance the game. Just for the record. They accomplished their goal of balancing it out, so only almost all the classes either A, suck, A, or B, they can't do damage. You have actually balanced the game, so equally, everyone's sucking. Every class that we like playing is gone to shit. Oh. Now, I would start Kingdom Come Deliverance 2's DLC, but, man, there's something. I am still dead from Expedition 33 and Doom the Dark Ages. I cannot describe that. But, and I cannot, in good conscience, play it. Like, I need to pace myself in single players. Like, here, like, I just need to finish tightening up these characters. Like, if this was my sole game, I would never have an issue. Oh, fuck off. Jesus. Vampire. With a vampire. But I do need to... But... Expedition 33 I'll play. Like... I would be curious, like, in the second. Like, I actually enjoyed that game. The Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 I enjoy as well. I just wish it sometimes wasn't so goddamn long. But then again, that's a weird game where if you try to 100% it, your bad things are going to happen. Like, that's a game that Expedition 33, right? And both Doom the Dark Ages, I basically akin to platinumed it the first time I played it. Now, I'm not to say that Doom the Dark Ages... I mean, when I did that in like 46 hours in Doom? I mean, I'm more of a machine when I play. If there's no gear variants and I have to figure out a build, oh hell. Things are easy for me. This game, though, like, the fatigue wears in this game. Like, I could already see the player fatigue in the base. I mean, I used to see people on, like, there's a drift right now, and I'm not shocked. It's like people go, this is a fun season. Sork should be happy. All the people that I know are Sork mains should be happy. But they're not touching the game. Why? I mean, technically in pick pushing, if you want to go on as truth, Sorks are ahead. Now, as far as generic PvE, the rest of the game, it's really hit or miss. I think the top 3 I have seen is Necromancers and Barbarians. And Spirit. Actually, I'd say Sorks are up there. Yeah, Sorks are up there. Actually, no, 1 week, it was Rogues. It's 3rd. Necros are that one. Usually people have their secondaries because Bloodwave Necro has like... Oh yeah, there's still some builds in Necro I need to experiment with. Oh, I have no... it might actually work in Tier 4. But I gotta figure out how to tinker with it. That's gonna take some gear farming. I really need to sit down and play with Bone Storm, but Bone Storm Necro is so different. Bone Spirit, Bone Storm. But I think I need that one particular break. There's enough of flavor of Necro if I ever did it in a season. It's just highly effective. But I will say all nicely about, I think, what ZZZ's 2.0 version is in June? At the launch of Xbox, apparently. So yeah, as much as I like to pull on Hugo, I'm not pulling on him. I don't know. I'll figure it out what my schedule is on the next few. I mean, apparently, Fallout 76's season is coming up June 3rd. Gone Fission. That'd be funny. I mean, I don't know what the theme is. Okay, supposedly it looks like a guy that looks like Davy Jones in it, and something else. And it... Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. It's like, I don't know. The ghoul season I'm not thrilled about. Barb is still dead to me, though. Fortunately. That build, as much as I like that character, I just don't feel it's right. I know that build is the build for it's good. But the way it's playing out, nah. It's just going bad. I'm watching a lot of people who would be barbarian mates disappear too. Ugh. This is just a good, easy pace one to get the stuff to 45. The day that happens, at least. But also, I shouldn't rush it, so... But I need to figure out the... Really? Shits? But I did a lot of the groundwork on this character already, so... A lot of the groundwork on this character was laid. I have a vision for this character, but it ain't gonna happen this season. It might get... If I truly get bored on this character, it will happen. When I get bored on this character, what's going to happen is I'm just going to... Actually, the reason why I named this character the same thing, it's probably going to become my mono... it's going to become my mono... Spiritborn, basically. The Mayan god above all is basically what this is named after. Fuck it. Jesus. Ah, that's right. But I mean, I do have Rogue Trader. I didn't realize I had Rogue Trader. I kind of did, but like... I know I bought it, because I bought it on deep sale. A month back. God, that game's gonna take me ages. I kind of guess I'm waiting to get all the DLC for it. I need things to clear up. Ugh. HSR I kind of need to catch up on too, but that's a mess unto itself. Like, I need to start doing Memory of Chaos and Pure Fiction over there. I need to stop neglecting it. I've been bad about that. Like, I should never let Division 2 get to the point it got to. Like, a day or two, it just, like... I mean, technically, I should not let, like, 7 or 8 weeks of assignments pass. Get that ahead of me. Because I still gotta do the season journey of there. Finish it out. That's gonna kill me. Physically, almost. I gotta go into Summit for that. I may stream that, I may not. I mean, Division 2 is a good game in the terms of builds and what you can do. Even though it's static in the fashion, still... I mean, technically, it's still... It's just weird. It's a strange game. Like, it's... It has a good underlying plot that they can never... Really? I think I have one more playthrough in Black Myth Wukong that I gotta get out of the way. Like, actually, it's really 2. But gut feeling basically says... Alright. But my day started off. Should be better. I'm still pissed off at this game because, like, look, I go through the shittiest RNG in the world to get nothing. Turn, it's just a mess unto itself. It's just so annoying to get to the end game, and then you realize that your build is trash utterly. It's not a good thing. It's not even a check to get good section, right? It's more the atrocious side. There's something said to the way he did this build. It is raw power. I wouldn't know if it's survivability as much. Is it survivability or is it the... Fucking really? They're not. Huh? How would be you? Never mind. Nah, me, I just get bored. Enough time. Like, I need to revamp Commander decks and get orders in. But I'm waiting for cards from the new set. The Final Fantasy set coming out. Strangely enough. June. This is expensive. Such a retarded game. Honestly, I would kill them. Fucking really, dude. There's something said to be WASD movement. Very much the case of... hate this. I never want to see hours played on this. Like, my Destiny 2, I know. I played that 3 to 4 years on Battle.net, at least as long as it was on Battle.net, and then on Steam. You don't want to know. Like, basically, I hate any Division season itself that makes me play a lot longer than I need. Basically. Like, if I have to play... Like, as I said, if my play hours on my character hit like an excess amount, I know they have screwed. And that's not because it's like an AFK time, right? Like, I have my times I go AFK, but fuck my life, not in this. I'll stare into the abyss. See, Division I'm very rarely idling. Unless I'm sorting out inventory. Here, it's like a third of the time on inventory. Oh, at least the glyphs are coming along. The real glyphs are when I move up to tier 4, though. My eyes are starting to bother me. Badly. Okay, buddy. Here you go, bud. All right. Mina and hubris. Mina. Build's gonna take both Mina. So both Mina and hubris, both what this build's gonna take. Yep. It takes Mina and hubris. So basically, whatever I need actually. I just need to get the base ones to 45 or 46. And I can figure it out. I maybe would rework some of these. Because the thing is, I do believe you need Mina and you need the other. You need both Mina and you need hubris. I mean, both Mina and hubris are both. Probably stick something somewhere and see. Because having both of those matter more. Maybe it's not as much headhunter as much as the other. Mina and hubris are both expansionables. See where to stick them. Even I know that works more in especially like centipede or buffs and others. Like I learned at least about those, the ones that buff both magic and people who bump both magic and the rare nodes, both are good. But the thing is, they need to keep the system roughly the same going into the next season. I mean, the question is, will they or won't they? It's the biggest one. If they're not going to keep the system the same, like apparently they've already done the campfire chat talking about what they plan for season 9. Or like start the bases. Yeah, like what? Don't gear up any more than we already have to? Eliminate a lot of classes that are already supposed to be fun or that. Used to be a really shitty class to get into tier 4, but they could not kill quickly, but they could survive. Now it's just the opposite. I mean, I don't expect nerfs on stuff, like a lot, like maybe tweaks, because they know well enough we already have a bunch of dead uniques regardless. So the idea, right, is can you make stuff stronger? Now I might try a storm feather build, like I want to try a um, uh, storm feather build because that got buffed, and that would go along with the sword. I always try to tell people, don't die. We need glyphs. It's like all those glyphs I ran earlier. Some dumbass asshole kept fucking dying. You know? Explain that. Do this for the next 4 hours. Yeah, a lot of the games and the concepts I play, like pre-firing, no, fuck off. It's like, where do you think it comes from? I think I'm doing the Dark Ages, right? Shit pre-fires me off screen. Barely sees me. Yeah, no. I don't play this. Stay ahead of them. I mean, it's a way to stay ahead of a system. It's kind of like here, right? As you can see. You already kind of know where they are. So you move towards them. There's something said, though, to have double vortex range. Like, the funny thing about double vortex range, it's weird. Like, so, vortex pulls them in when you fire it off. I feel like there's people I missed. So a lot of what I'm finding is Spiritborn still maintains some of its strength. You just need to build it better. Barbarians that hit or miss. You change one value, you will fuck your entire build. Like, I think that's why I need to go to the other one. I have to look at that. I may not do it right now because I'm a bit pissed off with that build. Like, I think I need to go over to, the Spiritborn has, like, Quill Volley doesn't change. Like, I mean, I'll be lying if it did. This doesn't. It's basically the same. Like, a lot of the times, it changes in the aspects of what we use, but the basics are still there. The basics of the class are literally still Viscous and other. But you should not have a one build meta for all characters. It's just so stupidly bad. Basically, we're turning a lot of builds into amorphous blobs at this rate. And if you get the aspects or good versions, need like here, yeah. Like Quill Volley Spiritborn really haven't changed a lot. Like Rod, some of the more explosive damage isn't there, is not as potent as the was it once was, then no. Wow, there was enough ads over here just to get through this. It's funny. Jesus. That's hilarious. But if you get mythics in this build, oh dear god, does this build explode? This build explodes in power once you start getting your mythics in. If you do ever get mythics. Like, it has a couple of cores that you always go to. Oh, it's just the same. We have those. Look, see, there's one with Will Baldy in it. But bear in mind, it's all the heroic attributes. You need it. See, gear variance in this game is like close to. I'm not saying it's infinite combinations, but a lot are. Just see. If I have this to push my other. Like, as long as I have a build on a character that's halfway decent, that I can push my other glyphs up, that would be. That's probably about where I need to be. Like, this is usually why the go-to, it's very similar. Like, even if the other variants of Necros suck. Probably ended after this. I don't know. Like, this is just... Problem is, it's gonna be doing, like, this over and over again. I'm gonna hate my life, basically. But I've been needing to do this all season, so... Like, give or take. There's just some, like, once you get the gear, yeah, you're good. Here, shit. Oh, these are 50s. Or there's smooth, clear 50s for a bit, and then get all those up to the point of it. Really. See, this build is starting to come into place. I say this, but bear in mind, trying to translate it to tier 4 is going to be the trick. So, I mean, all in all, yeah. That ain't going to happen today, and then I get to be whatever. I'm going to have to go do site farm. At a bare minimum. Then I'm going to still have to be farming. See, currently, my current rotation is... I'm having to catch up in ZZZ, Genshin, I haven't opened it yet today. HSR. Just go do the dailies over there, but... Man... I don't know if I have anything relaxing going on, that's the trick. Ugh. See, my thing, I play on my Necro so I get caches and everything else. And I just transfer them down to my other characters. But she don't need them. Somebody else needs them. It's just easier. To be honest, my Necros and my Spiritborns never let me down. Every other class I try to play always does. Ask me why. It's like 'cause I don't know how to play them. It's just something always fucking happens with them and I get tired of playing them. But you see how it's like I can just cycle through these in 5 minutes. An overpowered bard can't do that. My barbarian can't fucking do that. How? Explain that one. I may hate this, but let's try this. You know, I am very curious. Is it because I leveled these? Right? So is it because they're leveled that it's fine? Right. Ask this question. What the fuck? Barbarian struggles. Ah, get this. I'm overkill. As I said, this class translates up. This particular build, it's one of those builds that has a lot of built-in modifiers and multiplicatives. Additives and multiplicatives. So, that moment that happens, yeah, you will be adding up more. Yeah, but this game's variance is shit. At the end of the day. I think a lot of this game, like, when I've played it you reach a point in the season, like you're either ahead, and then a lot of people, the ones that are left, usually are helpful people. But there's also this drive to perfect the builds. Like here, like I know what the end goal of this is. There isn't much of, well, there is one. But I'm really hoping this isn't the end and the only one Spiritborn are ever gonna have. If it's just Will Volley all the goddamn time, that's gonna not be a meta at all. Will Volley all the time is so atrociously oppressive. Because the issue with Quill Volley is as you see it, it's one button repeatedly. Honest to God. Your finger hurts after a while. But it translates up. What's funny is Spiritborn still translate up. Barbs should translate up very easily. They don't. I hate saying that, but that's true. Now, there is a flavor of Necro that couple I need to do. Like, I need to work on the Bone Storm. I kind of want to see if I can just get it to work. The other one, a mess. Because I would be like, ooh, forgot about that. I didn't realize I had that going. Restart my OBS. I'm sure no one get copyrighted my shit. I need music on in the background when I play. I need music on when I play this. I have to stay busy. It's so bad though. I have to focus though. Usually, right? This is a game that honestly it's like watching paint right half the time. Here's in a store. It's about the gear grind more than anything else. But and by the way, the Expedition 3030 soundtrack by far is very relaxing and very good. That's why you were hearing. I realized it's one of those I spot that, Lilith. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, there was a little blister there. It's bad. Yeah, a little too much. That's a little too much for the moment. 55. Doable. Hard. 55. It is possible. Those are 10 minutes. Those are 50. So. Hey, but at least it's snowing up there. You have to play around and have your multipliers work. This is so annoying. I don't like this. The thing about, like, half the things is it's just at the point it gets to repeat the ad nauseum. See, the moment I can clear 50s, like 50 somethings, I know I'm good. But I suspect if they do alter something, I need to see if I can look into a Storm Feather build. Because I know Storm Feather has some big modifiers, but it has modifiers of multiplicative. What I should have did with my Barbarian. I'm fine. Then I burned myself out. Like, I'm like, oh. No, that's... Trick is the centipede. I'll just gotta have to find and it'll be, fine. That build actually got, like, buffs this season. Also, too, I have a lot of boss powers, which I just gotta... I am frustrated with the barbarian build. Like, it's just... It's not translating to the damage, or it's just not working half the time. But for some bizarre reason, this works. God only fucking knows. Spam 1,000 attacks, but why am I shocked? Rogues do. This is the rogue gameplay. Rain of arrows and other items. Funny, I saw Hypnotic play AI Limit. AI Limit has been... It's an interesting game, but it's also some very derpy with bugs. Ugh. You die, you piece of shit. No, I'm just that the bosses are tanky. I'm just... What's the difference, like, in... See, there's a reason I swear by the Elite Shield and by this. Because of this. It's not just because I have 3 or 4 different barriers. About 3 if you really take into account. That is why. And I need to get these to 50. Like, oh, well, technically, I do gotta get to 50. It's a choice of them. But yes, it's always... Get that, and then that one at 46. That'd be good. But I already have a lot of the gear to squeeze damage out of this character, though. That's what helps me out. The thing is, leaving damage is bad. If for some reason it didn't occur to him to have these in the initial. You know how much non-physical you do? This build is largely non-physical damage. That you leave these nodes unattended. But his main thing was to maximize these, which is fine. But everything is met. But I do see see if I can push up levels. I need like 4. But in viscous is where you can't really forego it. Like down here? Something like it. Resource generation to rather shit. Yeah, like resource generation is fine. That ain't a fucking issue. It's a damage. Okay, so like the return on these are not good. I get his logic. 5 for every 5 purchase, yeah. I'm like, Yes, I'm snipping off shit that he has. See, I'm snipping off the shit that he could have just bypassed, by the way. Like, okay, let me show you something. For an example. If you count it up, see all these? They're here. It's like 2. Right? So 2. Let's just do an exercise. Okay. Hypothetically, let's conduct an exercise. Okay, good. Right. Here. This should have occurred to it. It doesn't make sense. Now, maybe it does in theory because how much attack speed do you need here, and what do you think here? These are if you have the point. But you should expand out here. Attack speed is not hard to come by. Alright, that's the thing. Attack speed is not impossible to come by if you're on this build. So I'm trying to squeak out damage. Because I know I need it. But yeah. Like, I don't think he counted up points. So, like, coming through here and going up that way. I mean, if you have fuck you points later on that you need to spend shit on, go ahead and take them. That's the purpose of these. Right there. That is a purpose of them. But how much do you think attack speed? Assuming you get gear with attack speed. God, you don't need it. I'm already spamming equivalent to RTS stuff per minute. Now, hypothetically, 2-4-ish. It's got most of the damage nodes I need. Shit, I could always just stick it back into the one. Sure. It's fine. It's like, I don't know. I like canning. Canning's. I know canning is used. I've had to use canning before. So I'm not sure. Like, this build, roughly, right? Like, if I trim off the fat and where he has the fucking redundancy, I'm not gonna even mention that. So, okay. How does he neglect to ever okay, so he skips over these notes. That's free 10% while you have a berry. Yeah, he just forgets about it? Maybe. I mean, you're taught, like, tie up loose ends. Like, yeah. Like, if you're gonna do this, why not maximize here? Like, it's just seriously. You. And he doesn't take these. Okay, bear with me. He needs intelligence, right? Yeah. Let's see this. Right there. What do you get when you get in this? 12? Right? But he has two nodes, which he has that are useless that he can just put here. Make that make sense. Like, why not just bring it up this way? Or that way? Don't care here. I mean, you're trying to make use out of the node, right? I mean, either way. He does it. It's like one off. Yeah, that does screw up stuff, but it's an easy better down the line. So you go from there to there. It doesn't matter what direction you take out of the first board. And you need decks. He has a dex node right here. I'd have to remap this. Like, I know he wasted points. So remapping it. But that's if I don't change the glyphs out. Because if I go for both, if I go for hubris, I go for the other one. Basically. That's how it works. But for the time being, it makes better sense. Basically, I need to get the other glyph to legendary, which is 46. Then I need to get both of those. Then I can start maybe screwing around. Why? But why would you do that? It's already by 4. And that doesn't benefit the glyph. And that's if. I mean, roughly, that's still up 3. It's kind of the same path. But you're still doing it. You can free up 3. But it's not going to be that much. So you can free up the 3. Because there's not much you can save. If you could have saved right there. Like if you pull. So if you pull the 1. I mean, it's roughly the same. It looks weird. So what he did, yeah, I could see it. It doesn't benefit the glyph. He did it to benefit the glyph, but he didn't do it optimally. But yeah, no, if you can see it, he did the. Yeah, he did the whole stuff to benefit the glyph, but in a way, he actually wasted a lot of points. He wasted